There we go. All right, I'm live now. That's good. Okay, I thought I was live, but now I am actually live. So let me rehash some of the things I was saying. Welcome to the stream. David here from Bronze Serpent Chess. Today we are covering the second round. Gukesh D versus Magnus Carlsen. Round 2. Yesterday, Gukesh lost to Carlsen, and Carlsen was able to get quite an impressive win in heading into an end game. He found an edge with the black pieces. And now today, Gukesh must win in order to stay in the match. If he wins this game, he's going to be able to play a tiebreaker tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen. I think it's tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong. And what makes this game particularly difficult for Gukesh is that he's playing with the black pieces. I know this says that he's playing with the white pieces if you look at this now. But here we go. Yeah. Okay, so on this board, we can see that Carlsen has got the white pieces and Gukesh has the black pieces. So let's take a look and do a little bit of a review of what happened yesterday, because yesterday's game was really interesting, and I think it's still some time before the game starts. So let's take a look. We can run through this game and we can see what is happening. So let's start off with the opening and take a look at what happened yesterday. We have, hold on, let's just make sure this is. Yeah, looking good. Okay, let's make sure this is all up and running. Sorry, I want to make sure that I've got all the technical details down. Okay, there we go. Great. All right, so let's take a look at this game. Yesterday, Carlsen with the white pieces and Gukesh with the black pieces. Actually, it's the other way around for yesterday's game. And we had this really interesting opening from Gukesh where he chose to play the London, but he played this move f3. And f3 is a really interesting move, trying to take control of the center, but not normally a move that you would expect somebody to play in a classical game, because, you know, f3 is kind of like a forbidden move, right? The king is no longer as safe as it was. There's a little bit more space around the king, but it does achieve something by taking control of the center. So Gukesh opts for this interesting line. Carlsen plays pretty solidly until this move over here. He plays bishop to b4. And this was like the one moment that Gukesh had to take control of the game yesterday. And if he had taken control of the game at this point, I think things would have ended very, very differently for him. And the move that he needed to play here was e5. And I was quite surprised that Carlsen played this move bishop to b4, because he could have played b5 instead, or even bishop to e7 would have been perfectly fine. But instead he plays bishop to b4. And here, this is like the one line that you can actually play e5 if you're Gukesh. But he missed this, which is a shame, because it would have been really interesting to see if Gukesh had found e5, the knight retreats back. And now, usually in this kind of setup, as I discussed at length yesterday, is that black is always going to be threatening to push forward with c5. And that's always going to be a threat. So that's one of the reasons why pushing e5 maybe is not something that feels as comfortable if you're playing with the white pieces. But the defense here is that you can actually play queen to e1. And after you play queen to e1, hey Stacy, nice to see you here in the chat. Yeah, so once you play queen to e1, you are threatening bringing the queen over to g3, and this is what we spoke about yesterday. And if, for example, you immediately play c5, which is very tempting if you're black, you want to take control of the center and strike while the iron's hot. Now white is immediately going to play queen to g3, attacking the g7 pawn. You can't castle because you can play bishop to h6, and that's going to lose the rook. So for example, this would be a total disaster, because there's no way of defending the g7 square, and you're threatening checkmates on g7. So this creates some real problems with black's position, but it's a very difficult move to spot. Is this combination of e5, and then e5, and then after knight to d7, moving the queen back to e1. So sadly, Gukesh didn't spot this idea. Instead, he played a3. knight was exchanged for the bishop, and here this is also quite like a complex position over here, where normally when you're playing a chess game, you just calculate the most obvious thing: takes. You know, they take your pawn, you take back. But here there are many things in terms of strategies and ideas instead of taking back, and I think this move was actually the engine's top recommendation, was actually pushing d5, which is really weird when you first see it, because, you know, they just took your pawn. Okay, if you take back, they can capture with a bishop, with the knight or the bishop. But the idea of just sacrificing the d pawn, what does that achieve? Well, as you can see in the way it played out, we have this very strange exchange of pawns where the knight takes over here, and then the queen can pick up the pawn on g7. And yes, okay, the bishop is hanging, but the rook on h8 is also hanging, so you can't take. For example, here, takes. Well, you can't take because your queen is also hanging, so that's really not an option, and the rook is hanging. So you can completely eliminate that idea altogether. So the only way really to defend the rook and protect your right to castle, if you're Carlsen, is to play the only move really that you can continue with here along this line, and that's queen to f6. She finds, of course, he's Magnus Carlsen, always finding the best move, and here things were pretty even. The whole way through this was very, very evenly matched until we find this critical moment heading into the endgame. Yeah, this was also an interesting idea from Carlsen's perspective of finding a clever way of trading off the knights, because this knight over here on d4, we were discussing how it's actually quite menacing. If it can get to c6, throwing in a check and start infiltrating around here, it could be quite complicated. Carlsen immediately spots this, and he prevents any shenanigans by playing knight to e5. And what's really interesting here is, I also spoke about this, is that when Carlsen played knight to e5 in this game that was played yesterday, those of you who are just joining, how's Claude doing? Man, that is a good question. Claude. Okay, I think... Oh, hold on. Yeah, I don't know where Claude is. I think Claude is running around the mountainside. Hopefully Claude will come and join us and give his input into the game, because it would be nice to see him. He's always an encouraging presence on the stream. Okay, so let me just finish this recap of yesterday's game. So, I was saying that even though the pawn on g2 is hanging, this is kind of like not really a poison pawn, but possibly a poison pawn, when if you take it and you're allowing the knight to come in. And we're kind of exploring this idea of takes and then knight to c6. This knight is so well placed, but it just feels quite risky, because of course now black has removed the solitary pawn on the g file, and it has these two pawns that are going to be quite dangerous. But in compensation for that, Gukesh has this knight which can cause a lot of potential problems down the line. So Carlsen's like, nope, don't want to allow this knight to infiltrate. I'm going to play knight to e5 first. And then Gukesh responds with rook to e1, attacking the knight. And then this was clever. I think even before Carlsen got anywhere near this, but especially before he played e5, he already saw rook to e1, and then he could respond with rook to g4, which is exactly what happened. And Gukesh accepted the trade. Everything was fine here. Obviously, at this point, you need to be ultra careful, because Carlsen was threatening mate on d1. So Gukesh avoided that. He played c3. And then rook to f4, bringing the king to safety, sort of preemptively responding to the threat of f1. And then now the rooks are coming together to try and see if they can find a way of picking off the g2 pawn. And here, this is interesting. So b5 and a lot of the lines that we were looking at is actually a good move. The engine's like, no, it's not a good move. But it maybe not at this exact moment, but b5 needed to be played at some point. But here, the engine actually suggests rook to, what is it? Oh, rook f to g4. So the threat of picking up the g2 pawn is actually something that can't be ignored. And any concerns about some kind of queenside attack for the white pieces is not really that important, considering that white is threatening to pick up the g-pawn. And then there are some other lines. But first, Carlsen plays b4, and then b5, and then he plays rook to g4. So let's just head back to the... Ah? Oh, wait, hold on. Someone's being ridiculous with this game. I think someone behind the scenes is doing something completely ridiculous with this game. Because look at this. These are the first couple of moves. I think I need to reset this. There might be a massive bug in the game. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? All right, hold on. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, it's not refreshing, which is irritating. The only problem here is that I wanted to have different colors. Sorry, these are some technical problems. Ah, okay, the board's reset. Is it reset? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, whatever crazy bug in the chess.com behind the scenes was pretty hilarious, because the opening that it just showed that Carlsen and Gukesh had just played was like completely moronic. So anyway, let's quickly wrap up the recap of yesterday, and then we'll have a little bit of time to prepare for today's game, which I think starts in 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me know if you guys are... Okay, starts in 5 minutes. Oh wait, coverage starts in 5 minutes. Okay, so that's good to know. And we'll also make sure that we're prepared to have the board that we're going to need to have open. All right, anyway, let's continue and finish the recap. So after Carlsen plays this move, then the only move that you can play if you're white is to play rook to f2. The other option, if you had to defend this pawn, would be to play rook to h2, but this move is like really also very horrible. The rook is now like completely crammed in the corner, and it is serving one function, and that's defending the g2 pawn. Better in this situation to counterattack by attacking the f7 pawn, which is very logical. And Carlsen is not interested in having this kind of exchange where the white rooks infiltrate. For example, if you had something like takes, this is not great, because immediately you're going to say, what rook is going to take on f7? Okay, so it's going to be this rook. And having these two rooks on the back rank, getting behind the A, B, and the E pawns, that's just not going to work. So much better just to defend this first. After takes, we have A4, which was correct. Takes is good. And right now things are perfectly equal, but Carlsen was able to get this advantage after Gukesh blundered on... This isn't really a blunder, but it's a significant inaccuracy, is to play rook to A2. What he needed to do here, and I have to say, I was a little bit surprised when I saw rook to A2, because I think C4 is quite intuitive. That's the only way that you can continue with the white pieces here, is to play C4. And to try and get the king more advanced and put pressure on the queen side by trying to promote this pawn. And Gukesh just was a little bit slow to the punch. Instead, he maybe played this move as preparation. But that one tempo, wasting that one tempo of getting the rook to rook to A2 really made the difference in this game. Carlsen didn't play perfectly, but yeah, it was highly problematic after Carlsen was able to centralize his king. And bringing his king further down the board. And okay, so here, this was quite an interesting moment, is that he gives up the b5 pawn. And obviously he had calculated, which we'll see in a moment, all of the moves that were required to get one of these pawns to promotion. So it feels like you don't need to do this, but here, because the pawns are within reach of promotion on the E and the F files, E1 and F1, potentially at least, he can calculate with absolute accuracy, which is exactly what he did, whether or not he can give up this pawn. And he just sacrifices the pawn, knowing that just a few moves later, he was going to get the e pawn down the board. So that's what happened yesterday, and now it is a new day. Gukesh needs to try and win this game against Carlsen with the black pieces on demand, and only then will he have a chance to play a tiebreaker. So it's a really difficult challenge for him, but I think Gukesh is definitely up to it. I mean, it's crazy to think this guy's 17 years old, and he is fighting arguably the best player ever. I guess that's why I said arguably. Magnus Carlsen's definitely up there with Kasparov and the greats. So we'll give him credit where credit's due. But Gukesh, I think, will have to put an incredible performance in today to try and beat Carlsen. So, okay, coverage on Chess24 starts in 1 minute and 24 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that. But first, let's head back to the stream and see how we're doing. Okay, cool. So we're just waiting on this game to start. And it'll be also really interesting to see what openings Carlsen and Gukesh go for. You know, if you're playing like a blitz game, you can do something really wild and creative in the opening. And that's something that you're going to be less likely to try when you're playing a classical game. But in this situation, because Gukesh has to win, he can't go through something. He can't go for something that's going to be really boring and predictable, or he has to play something that's a little bit dubious in order to try and create some weaknesses and an imbalance in the position. That's the only way that he's going to outplay Carlsen, is as if he takes some big risks. And of course he's going to take big risks because he can't draw this game. He has to win the game, and that's his only option. So it will be interesting to see what he plays, and also how Carlsen plays, of course, will be very interesting. So that's what we're looking forward to. The coverage starts in a few seconds. So let's take a look at some of the footage. I think I can see if I can show some of the footage here. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me open up the correct window so that we can get a little bit of the live feed going. Okay, so all right. Let me just pull this up and we can get this party started. Okay, so what I need to do here is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. Maybe it's not this one. Ah, it's this one. Here we go. Okay, so we've got some footage of some of the other players, but I think what I'll do is I'll pull it up. Maybe what I can do is I can go this way. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, so they're showing the initial promo, and we're gonna cut to the game itself once the players are seated, and then we will be looking at the analysis board. This is footage of Chess24's live stream, so feel free to head on over there if you're enjoying this kind of type of style of commentary and video. But I will be including a fair amount of this in today's live stream as well. Maybe what I can do is I can make this a little smaller. That's probably a better idea. Let's try that. There we go. That's cool. And I can try and crop it so it looks a little bit neater. Okay, so then we're just waiting for the game to start. I think 8 more minutes, and then we'll be seeing the players arrive at the board, and we'll be able to see what's happening. So yeah, just a reminder, yesterday we had this as the final position of the Gukesh Magnus Carlsen game. Gukesh losing with the white pieces, which was really unfortunate. I think the whole dynamic of this match would have been very, very different if Gukesh could have held on and at least gotten a draw. But because Carlsen was able to win with the black pieces, now Gukesh really has a tough task ahead of him. And I think it's going to be really, really difficult for him to win. But one thing we know for sure is that it's going to make this game really, really watchable. Because Gukesh is going to go for it, and Carlsen is going to have to defend. All he has to do is get a draw. But I mean, I think it might be one of those situations where it's kind of like either a win or a loss. I think Gukesh is going to take every chance he's going to get to try and win. I don't think he's going to remotely aim for a draw because it doesn't work for him. So as a result, I think we're going to have a definitive result just in this game at least. So that'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. Okay, I'm going to quickly close the door and then we're going to continue the stream. And I will be back in 1 sec. Okay, so let's make sure we've got everything set up. What I want to do is just create a little bit of a distinction here between the colors, which seems a little like unnecessary, but okay, alpha, is that the one that I want? Pieces, no, the pieces are fine. I want the board to change. Marble? Nope, marble's terrible. Let's try, what is the main one that I usually use? Orange. Is it orange? Orange is like horrible. Graffiti, interesting. No, graffiti is terrible. Walnuts. Walnuts, okay, but not great. Dark wood. Dark wood is okay, but not great. Let's try bases. Bases, that's the one that I usually use. There we go. Okay, cool. So these ones are now in blue, and then the main board, this is going to be live. What's happening live, we're going to put this in this off like yellow color and dark brown or orange, depending on how good or bad your eyes are. And then this will be the analysis board so that we can jump back and forth. Hopefully this is fine. Let's see. Yeah, looks good. Looks good on the screen. Okay. So let's see. Let me pull up the footage from the live stream so that we can see what we're looking at. So, of course, there are several games that are happening today. It's also the FIDE World Cup for the women. And I think they're entering into the quarterfinals, the quarterfinal stage. And that's also being held in Azerbaijan. But that concludes a little earlier on the 22nd of August. And I think the main open part of the tournament, that ends on the 25th. So right now, quite a few of the players are seated. We can see Gukesh is seated. Let me pull this up for you guys. There we go. So we see some of the players already seated, getting ready for their game. And, hey, Claude. Oh my gosh, Claude is here. Come, kitty. Hey, have you come to watch the chess? Yes, that's right. Okay, Claude. Here we go. Up you go. That's right. Okay, so we are waiting on the start of this game. Gukesh with the black pieces playing against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Gukesh has to win. If he doesn't win, he is out. Hey, if he wins, then he has a chance to try and beat Carlsen in the tiebreaker tomorrow. What are you doing? Everyone say hi to Claude. Claude, say hello. Wow. Okay, Claude is not impressed. The problem with Claude, having Claude at the table, is that Claude has so much fur. And what happens is he starts walking around the table and then there's just fur everywhere. It's like fur on the keyboard, fur on my computer. Hey? But you know, I can't help myself. You're just too cute. Oh my gosh. Such a funny creature. Okay, still waiting. Oh, here we go. We've got 2 minutes. So you can see on the clock on the screen. Let me just see if this is actually showing. Oh, you can't see. So it says, I think, 2 minutes until the first move is supposed to be played. So, all right, there's Prague. He's getting ready. I think he also has to win today, if I'm not mistaken. Did he lose yesterday? Yes, he did lose. Oh man, he missed this really difficult to spot tactic. I was watching the review of it today with David Howell. And it was such a tricky line that he had to find in order to keep things equal, and he just missed it. So he has to win 2 in order to try and draw, have a chance at least of playing the tiebreak tomorrow. So that's where we're at right now. Got some footage going. Let's take a look. I think it's just 1 minute now. 1 minute and 5 seconds before the games are supposed to kick off. The players are deep in concentration. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay, so it'll be interesting to see if Carlsen is late as usual. He has a habit of coming in like super late. So we'll see if that if that happens. Okay, let's see if I can just pull up this one. This footage might be a little bit better. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, let's do this. Apologies for... need to just crop this a little bit. I can do that in 1 second. Transform. Right. Let's make this a little bit better. There you go. Okay, Carlsen is seated. All right, we're ready, guys. We're ready to rumble. And the clocks have started. Okay. Awesome. Let's get this party started. So Carlsen is writing his name down, and with the white pieces to move first, let's see what he plays. Is he going to play e4? He's going to play d4. Is he going to play knight to f3? Let's see. What will he play? Taking his sip of water. Someone said in the comments yesterday that that's usually what Carlsen does just before he's about to win. Oh yeah, and then he adjusts every single piece. It's very like, you know, A-type personality. You think about like Rafael Nadal when he's playing tennis, he always like adjusts his bottles. Oh, so we have a move. Okay, I think there's a little bit of a delay from the video. Apparently Carlsen played e4. Okay, and we have the Sicilian. Very interesting. The engine is completely freaking out. So we're going to take off some of the evaluations because clearly it's not right here. It says that c3 is a missed win. And of course, that's not the case. So let's get rid of this and let's have the opening set up over here. Why is it... Okay, maybe I need to just change the some of the analysis here because I think there might be some serious issue with the analysis. Cloud analysis, show classification on the board. Okay, let's get rid of that. That's better. Okay, so let's just pull this up on the board so that we can see and keep track on the analysis board. We have the Sicilian defense. We have an exchange on d5. Okay, so wait, what? Okay, so we have this. Takes, queen takes. Is that right? Yes, and then we have Carlsen playing d4. Okay, so that's the position as it stands. And now we have Gukesh responding with knight to f6. Okay, very interesting. So I think the Sicilian makes a lot of sense in terms of having some very sharp possibilities. And I think Carlsen would have expected maybe Gukesh to go for the Sicilian, because the Sicilian immediately from the very beginning creates an imbalance in the position, where this pawn on c5 is trying to destabilize white's control of the center. And by not playing symmetrically, you're not going to get these stale, boring positions that just don't go anywhere. And inevitably, when both players end up playing incredibly accurately, leads to a draw. Of course, Gukesh can't draw. That's the whole point. So that's why this is pretty important that we have Gukesh playing this way. Okay, so let me just change the footage here a little bit. I'm gonna have to chop and change some of the pictures that you're seeing in the top right hand corner. So if it looks a little bit weird, I will get to it and I will sort it out. Okay, so this is the position as it stands. Now we are waiting on Gukesh to respond. Let's take a look at the analysis board here. And here the engine suggests several moves, all of which are completely fine if you're playing with the black pieces. You can play e6. And I don't know if I would be as thrilled to play e6, truth be told, because of course this bishop hinders the development of the bishop, light square bishop at least, but it does also allow the dark squared bishop to come out, so that's perfectly fine. I think knight to c6 would be a more natural move, and it gives you at least a moment to see what Carlsen does before you make a move like... You can see what he does, and you can decide if you want to bring your light square bishop out first, or if you want to maybe develop the e pawn and then get the dark square bishop out. So it just gives you a little bit more options to play knight to c6, which I think is quite likely what Gukesh is going to do. Okay, things are looking good over here. We've got some good footage going. Let me just head back. Okay, wow. Okay, so Gukesh actually goes for e6, which is also a book move. Instead of knight to c6. So nothing wrong with e6. I would have preferred to play knight to c6. Just in terms of giving myself some options, but it's very possible that he, sees that maybe playing e6 here does make a difference. All right, I want to put the old poll up and see. Yeah, what's going on with the engine? The engine was like freaking out. It's quite hilarious, actually. Okay, what I'd like to do is see if I can make a poll. Start a poll. Let's do it. Okay, who will win? Who will win? Let's add some options here. Gukesh. Carlsen. I don't know. See results. Okay, go for it. Let's see. Who will win? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's nice. Can I choose? Can I also answer? Oh, no, I can't. That's so depressing. Okay. All right, guys, I put a poll up, so you guys let me know who you think is going to be the winner today. All right, so we have e6 from Gukesh. And now we're just waiting on Carlsen to decide what he's going to respond with. Let's take a look at some options for Carlsen. Yeah, again, at this early stage, you just want to be developing pieces. Carlsen has a whole bunch of minor pieces that are just stuck on the first rank. You want to get these pieces out. Bishop to e2 is perfectly fine. You can also play something like knight to a3, which looks a little strange. Usually you would never play knight to a3 because of the fact that if, your opponent hadn't played c5, then the bishop can just come and take the knight on a3, and then if you take back, you have these very awkward double pawns on the a file, and you have already created a weakness on the c3 pawn. So that is usually not a great idea. But now you can actually play knight to a3 with the idea that you're going to develop it via c2. And knight to a3, knight to c2 is completely reasonable, especially if you think about the fact that at some point it's possible that black will threaten taking on d4, and then you have a lot of firepower guarding the square. So this is a completely reasonable way of developing, even though it looks a little bit strange. Sorry, let me just move this across so we can all see what's going on. So yeah, that's certainly interesting. Now there's also a third option that I didn't look at, bishop to d3, which also makes sense. Again, protecting the d4 pawn and developing a piece. All pretty standard ideas in the Sicilian. So have we got a move? Yes, we do have a move. Back to the board. We have bishop to e2. So let's get that on the board. Not bishop to e3, we've got bishop to e2. And yeah, this is a fine way of developing the bishop. If you aren't going to choose something like knight to a3 or bishop to e3, this is perfectly reasonable. And now the engine actually suggests here that Gukesh must actually take. In the center, c takes d, and now knight to c6. So the one thing, and you do find this quite often in the Sicilian, is that you have an isolated pawn, which is not the end of the world. It's not that big of a deal, but it can become a target. This is something that actually I think ended up happening in, if I'm not mistaken, the Vidit game, where he does that crazy king sacrifice. He plays... he also has an isolated pawn in the center of the board, and it just doesn't move the entire game until the very end of the game. And then it becomes like a huge target. And okay, back to the game. We have exactly that. We have takes. And then you'd expect him to take back just the way that we were looking at it, the analysis, taking back with a pawn. It is possible to take back with the queen even, which Carlsen might do here, because, I mean, this... trying to get the queens off the board, who's that going to benefit? Carlsen, right? He's going to be wanting to get into an endgame. He knows that his endgame is pretty strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see... Okay, he doesn't, though. He goes for pawn takes. But that would be an interesting option. Of course, you really not expect Vidit to accept a queen trade so early on, because that would really neutralize a lot of the attacking chances with the queens off the board. And yeah, so then he plays knight to c6. Okay, so we have exactly what we thought when we first consulted the engine. Oh, let me just make sure that I'm using the arrows, because my computer's being a little bit weird. Takes, and then we have this move. Knight to c6. All book, all theory. And yeah, now Carlsen's move. He can decide what he wants to play. And bishop to e3 is a move that definitely works, just protecting this pawn as much as possible, and then at some point playing knight to c3 is completely fine. I think I would probably, if I was playing like a blitz game, knight to c3, right? Attacking the queen, trying to chase the queen away. But instead here we have castles. Wow, okay, so Carlsen just goes for castles. And Gukesh responds with bishop to e7. Okay, so now we are heading towards a little bit more of a concrete position. We have knight to c3 attacking the queen. Wow! Kitty! Claude! Sorry, Claude's complaining. I need to let him escape. Give me a sec. Claudical? Wow! Do you want to go outside? Hey? Wow! Do you want to go outside? Oh, you do want to go outside. Okay. Alright, maybe I'll leave this open so it wants to come back. Okay, we have another move. I heard that there was another move. What was the move? Alright, we have... Oh my gosh, I just saw the knight attacking the queen and I thought that it was white to move. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? Okay, so here Gukesh plays queen to d6 and Carlsen plays knight to b5. Wow, that's interesting. Very quickly, I might add. So that's interesting. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the deal is. He moves back and then Carlsen plays knight to b5. This is all, I'm sure it's also known because it's an equal position. But this is quite, I mean, just on face value, it's quite aggressive from Carlsen. Considering, remember, Carlsen just needs to draw. The fact that he's, jumping into the opponent's territory with a knight, attacking the queen, doesn't show much in terms of him looking for a draw. It looks like he might just be trying to crush Gukesh from the start, which is quite an interesting strategy. They say offense is the best defense. That said, this is a book move, so it's nothing wildly unexpected. But still. Okay, so now Gukesh to move. Gukesh retreats the queen all the way back to d8. Have I missed this move, castles? No, I haven't. So now I think, yeah, if you're Gukesh, you do want to seriously consider trying to castle. Bishop to f4. Okay, bishop to f4. This is still equal, but you can respond with knight to d5 here, which makes sense. Let's see if he plays knight to d5. Yes, he does. He plays knight to d5 and Carlsen retreats the bishop. So that's what we have on the board right now. And now it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. Okay, Gukesh, are you going to castle? Yes, he does castle. Okay. Castles. And now Carlsen. It may be quite surprising if you're new to chess that, they've got an hour and a half. Why are they playing so quickly? Well, typically, like in the first, 10, 15, sometimes 20 moves, grandmasters have memorized so much theory in the opening that they can actually just play the moves without having to think. There are obviously certain points where they can choose what variation of a specific line that they want to play. For example, this is a Sicilian defense. I'm sure there were 1 or 2 points where Carlsen and Gukesh wanted to find out what line is best here. But once they have decided that, there's very rarely little time that's required to play the move, because they know from a theoretical point of view, these games have been played dozens of times, hundreds of times, thousands of times in some cases. And you can rest on the fact that the engine and, thousands of games, you're not going to blunder or make like a huge mistake. So that's why these opening, I think 13 moves have been played so quickly, is because, of course, both players know what is happening. Now, if I had to be playing this game, I would be spending a lot more time in the opening because my understanding of theory is way, way less than the level of these guys. So hopefully that explains what's going on there. Let's take a look at the chat and then we will see how we're doing. We'll circle back to the game in a moment. Let's see. Okay. Okay, great. Cool, we've got 8 concurrent viewers. That's great. Welcome to all of you guys. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. And here, oh wow, we've got some results. Who will win? So far, only 7 votes. But most of them, I imagine 6 of those people think that Carlsen is going to be the winner. And only 1 person thinks that Gukesh is going to be the winner. So I wonder if I can vote. No, I can't. I mean, how lame is that? I guess it's like an outside influence affecting the poll, so it has to be only viewers and not me. I want to vote. I want to see who will win. All right, back to the game. Still waiting on Carlsen. Carlsen with the white pieces. Now, what are his options here? Let's take a look at the analysis board, because I think this is perfectly relevant to see. H3 is a move. Wow, H3, really? That surprises me. I wonder why H3 is a move. Usually H3 makes a lot of sense if the knight is on F6. You're preventing the knight from jumping in. But playing H3 here seems... I mean, if anything, I'm going to play A3 preventing the knights from coming here. All of this activity on the a3. What's wrong with a3? Yeah, a3 is okay. But this idea of playing h3 is a bit weird. The other option is playing rook to c1. And this is like something that's very typical that you see amongst like high-level players where... And not even high-level players, it just makes a lot of sense, but I seem to see it more often amongst high-level players or higher-level players where they have these moves to centralize their rooks in order to take control of a file. And it's like one of the frustrations about these types of moves is that it doesn't do anything right now. You're not really threatening anything right now, but later on, having the rook on c1 is very useful because the rook on c1 is controlling all of the squares on the C file, and also, you know, the knight is threatening to infiltrate, not now, because of course the knight on d5 is protecting the square, but you are potentially attacking it 3 times if this knight moves at any point. So it makes a lot of sense to play a move like rook to c1. Carlsen's still thinking though. Apart from rook to c1, we also have bishop to c4. Bishop to c4, attacking the knights on d5, and then a6, kicking this knight away. Yeah. And I think the bishop on c4 is not a bad place for the bishop if, for example, you move... Oh, wow, you can take d5. Okay, so actually the engine suggests that you take instead, which is interesting. And now, knight to c7. Now you can play knight to c7. And this is very tricky. It is equal still, but... Knight to c7 feels a little bit uncomfortable if you're playing with the black pieces because you really don't want to play rook to b7. Sorry, rook to b8. Because, you know, there's this discovery. But the engine actually says you can play it. And I don't know, this looks weird. Knight to e5? Yeah, knight to e5. What? No, knight to e5, excuse me. Knight takes... Oh, this knight to e5. What am I talking about? Wow, what is going on here? This is weird. This is pretty weird. Bishop to f5. And... Oh, I see. So you're tempted to take with the queen, but then there's a discovery attack on the queen and the rook. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, we have a move. Let's head back to the game. So we do have this rook to c1 move. Interesting. Wow. Okay, so that's why knight to e5, you can see the engine flags as brilliant. This is a very difficult move to see. You're giving up the knight temporarily, but what happens if you take, for example? Takes, then knight takes c6. Ah, brilliant. And now you have to take with the queen, and then you give up the rook. That is so cool. Okay, that's an interesting line. I doubt that Magnus is going to fall, or at least Gukesh is going to fall into that trap. So hold on, let me just get this back where it's supposed to be. Okay, so we have castles and then, not h3. We have castles and rook to c1. Okay, so Carlsen's played rook to c1. And now we're waiting to see what will Gukesh do here. All right, we've got 8 concurrent viewers. Welcome if you're watching for the first time. Don't forget to vote. I would like to know who will win. Who will win this game? Only time will tell. But you can also tell by voting. All right, so we have rook to c1. And I mentioned this earlier. There's now a lot of heat from Carlsen onto c7. And I think really this is quite... It shows like Carlsen's intent. Here, Gukesh is supposed to be the one that's pressing with the black pieces because he has to win. But instead, Carlsen has said, no, I'm gonna get into the driver's seat and I'm gonna take this game by the horns. And he's gonna go for it, which is really quite surprising. And it's quite a clever tactic, actually, if you think about it. Like, you know your opponent has to win. What happens if you're the one that's trying to win? You completely change the dynamic. It'll be very, quite surprising, actually. Suddenly you're like, why am I on the offensive? I'm supposed to be the one attacking. So maybe there's some kind of psychological thing happening here. We do have another move. Back to the analysis board. We have, okay, we've got bishop to d7. Bishop to d7, okay. That's interesting. So still very, very equal. A lot of quiet moves that are being suggested now. A3, still H3, which I really personally don't get. Maybe I will understand. Often what has been happening in these analysis is that I don't understand the move, and then I see it in a couple of moves time. Okay, that's why they played H3. A3 makes a lot more sense here. You're just removing squares that black can go to. And whenever you see an opportunity to defend or kind of prevent black from, or your opponent from infiltrating with like a quiet move, you can immediately rule out 3 options. Black can no longer play knight to b3, and can no longer play bishop to b4 or knight to b4. I should say it the right way, knight c to b4 or knight d to b4, because of course there are 2 knights that can go to b4. So this is the position as it stands, and now Carlsen is taking some time, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do here. I think H3, I don't think I would... Oh wait, Carlsen. Yeah, it's Carlsen to play. I don't think I would ever play H3, even though it is recommended by the engine. Let's take a look at some other options. What's the third recommendation? Knight to C3, so just moving the knight back. And this is kind of in preparation for the fact that your opponent probably wants to play A6 and kick the knight. But also offering a trade here is fine. If black, for example, takes here, you just take with the B pawn, and these 2 pawns are going to be quite useful. This is the one issue with Carlsen's position, is that this pawn on D4 is isolated. And it's not a big deal right now, but if you misplay this, heading into an endgame, it could become a problem, and it could become a target. So that's the one thing maybe Carlsen needs to watch out for, and maybe something that Vidit needs to take into consideration. But as it stands right now, this is completely equal. And let's see. Carlsen's still thinking. In the time bank. Let's see. All right, guys. Who will win this game? Will Gukesh win? Will Carlsen win? You guys decide. Right now, we have 76% of people saying that Carlsen's going to win. Only 6% saying Gukesh is going to win. I am in Gukesh's corner. I want the 17-year-old to win. And maybe what I'll do is I'll rephrase the question later, and we'll see who of you want Gukesh to win. Okay, Carlsen, it's likely that he's going to win for sure. He's ranked a lot higher. He's, one of the best players, if not the best player of all time. You'd expect him to win. But Gukesh is an up-and-comer, and he has all of the excitement of youth on his side. And he's been playing really well recently, to be fair. So it is completely possible that Gukesh pulls in an upset. And I mean, how epic would that be? Then we have a tiebreak tomorrow. That would be awesome. All right, so back to the board. Let's see. Okay, so this was the other option, knight to c3. So let's go a little bit deeper. The first suggestion by the engine is knight to d6, though. What? Yeah, knight to d6. Wow, that's interesting. Knight to d6. Okay, knight to d6. This is also a little bit of a counterintuitive move. I mean, you can take. Of course, you don't want to take. Bishop takes d6 is a move. And now, knight c. Okay, so this knight pulls back. But now this dark squared bishop is quite strong. It's not really that big of a deal, but it does feel like, if you retreat the bishop back to a3, or it's just very central. You have lots of options with the dark square bishop. So I'm not sure I would love taking here if I was Carlsen. Better is bishop to c8. What? That's wild. Yeah, this is where you get to these points where it reminds me actually a lot of how good players like Hikaru and Magnus are, when they get into these positions where all you have to do is maneuver pieces around for long enough, and then an advantage just appears out of nowhere. It's very engine-like. And I think this might be one of those cases where like you don't do anything for a while. You just slowly move pieces around. And if you're good enough, then you're able to eke out like a tiny little advantage. Let me just get this up and running over here. Hold on, sorry. I keep doing this thing that when I use the arrows to move the pieces, it actually moves the board. I don't know why that happens, but it does. Okay, so I want to see a little bit more of this idea of the... Okay, so the engine now doesn't like, after looking at it a bit longer, doesn't like knight to d6 so much. Oh no, it does, it does. Knight to c3 and then rook to e1 is the other option, rook to e1. Rook to e1 makes a lot of sense. Hold on. After, oh man, I keep doing this. Okay, so what is the moves on the board right now? Okay, so we have bishop to d7. And now you can either play knight to c3 or you can play, what is it? h3. Okay, so we already discussed that. But let's look at this a little bit more because this is interesting. Knight to d6. And here you can take, or you can play bishop to c8, which I don't understand. Or you can play queen to b6, which I do get a little bit. This is a very common idea of having the bishop on b6, attacking the loose pawn on b2. And now knight to c4, just moving the knight back. So this is what I was saying, like these games where you like slowly maneuver the pieces around and try to gain an advantage, they can be very, very tricky. But it's not the kind of game that if you're Gukesh that you want to be playing against Carlsen. You want to be playing a game that is like much more sharp and complicated, and it has the potential for a player to blunder. That's the game that you want to be playing. You don't want to be playing these, you know, slow games where you're able to outmaneuver your opponent. So yeah, the best move here would be to move the knight back to c4, attacking the queen, and also protecting the b2 square. So what do we have? Okay, we do have a move. Carlsen just moves straight back to c3 with the knight, which was also one of the top suggestions. I'm sure he was seriously thinking about knight to d6, which is a completely reasonable move here. But maybe he just preferred the option of bringing the knight back to c3 and just maintaining the position. Just saying, hey, listen, I don't have to do anything spectacular. So a moment ago, I was thinking, sure, Carlsen is, you know, really going for it. But now that he's moved his knight back to c3, maybe he is thinking a little bit more defensively, just saying, I'm going to stay on the back foot. I don't have to do anything spectacular here. I just need to get a draw. Gukesh, show me what your plan is. Because all Carlsen needs to do, I mean, he's such a solid defender. He just needs to wait, see what Gukesh is going to do. What is Gukesh's attacking plan? And then defending against it. Because he just needs a draw. So that will be, I think, exactly what his plan is. Okay, let's take a look at the chats. Here we go. Magnus is winning World Cup. Agree? Question mark. Draw. Ian says Gukesh will learn a lot of from playing World Champions. Very good. That's true. Are you keeping a watch on chats? I am now. Ian. I see you. All right. Don't forget to vote, guys. I want to see. Who of you think that Gukesh will win? Who thinks that Carlsen will win? Who thinks, I don't know. Oh, I was supposed to put don't know. Sorry, I forgot to put the no in. My bad. See results. Yeah. Okay, so let's see how we're doing with the game. Been live for about an hour, and right now the game has definitely been somewhat interesting. It's sort of quietened down now. I was really excited when Carlsen's knight was on b5 and he was possibly threatening to jump into d6. That looked like it could have created some interesting tactics, but instead he decides to go for the conservative route, bringing the knight back to c3, and this is completely reasonable. Nothing wrong with this at all. Deepak Barwal says, I hope Gukesh wins. Yeah, I hope so too. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to end the poll and say, how do I end this poll? Okay, the poll's been ended. And the results are as follows. The results are in. Carlsen, 62% of people watching thinks Carlsen is going to win. 20% of people think Gukesh is going to win. And 16% of people just wanted to see the results. So let's do this. We're going to do another poll. Who do you want to win? Ha 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 ha. Start a poll. That's the question. Who do you want to win? Question mark. Add option. Gukesh. Carlsen. I don't know. See results. Okay. Let's take a look. Ask your community. All right, guys. Go for it. What are the possible attacking chances of Gukesh here, though? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a really fair point, and it's kind of, to be honest, the most relevant question. What can Gukesh do in terms of trying to create complications? And I think here. So let's see. It's Gukesh to move right now. Let's just back up a little bit. Whoops. Okay, so we have the move on the board is knight to c3. And now if you're Gukesh, let's take a look at some options. Rook to c8, and I think that's fine. A lot of the moves that are going to be suggested at this point are not going to be like massive attacking plans. Although I have just seen now h6. I was thinking maybe h5. That would be pretty aggressive. But h6 is a possible idea. But I think this would be the most sensible idea for Gukesh, is to play rook to c8 and just challenging the rook on c1. You really don't want to allow this rook to just maintain control of the c-file indefinitely. And by playing rook to c8, you are obviously keeping an eye on the c-file. But I think also the problem here, just looking at this position, is it's quite symmetrical if you do play this. And you don't want a symmetrical type position. Because a lot of the time, if you're playing like a symmetrical game where it's balanced, you're castled on the same side, your attacking prospects are very limited. And I think that is the one problem with this position. Where, you know, I don't know exactly how Gukesh plans to attack. You know, what I would normally say is to start, you know, getting, maybe even playing something like f5. What happens if you play f5 right now? It's probably not good. F5's not terrible. White does have a small advantage here, but you can play f5. I think maybe that's something he needs to think about. Maybe f5's the way to go. And the idea with f5 is just that, okay, yeah, now you've created a permanent weakness in black's position, because the e6 pawn, you know, if the bishop finds its way to c4, it's going to be targeting the king, and that's going to create some possible weaknesses, but then you get counterplay from it. So maybe that's what he's thinking. Maybe he's thinking f4 might be the way to go. The engine does not recommend f4 at all. It's nowhere in the top moves. It's got rook to c8, h6, and bishop, knight c to b4. What? Knight c to b4. Oh, yeah. So, this knight. So those are some options. They're definitely interesting, but I think the one that like really signals intent if you're Gukesh is like f5. Play f5. Get this pawn running. And see if you can even at some point get a rook lift going. That would make things really interesting. I mean, it doesn't make sense to do it now because the white king is so well protected. But this would be a possible way for Gukesh to try and get something going. But it does feel a little uncomfortable to play against Carlsen, where you're creating some very definitive weaknesses in the position. So what does the engine say you respond to f4 if you've got... Okay, it's an inaccuracy, but it's not as terrible as it looks, let's say. Knight takes, pawn takes, and now bishop to e5. Yeah, what? Bishop to e5, sorry. I wouldn't have expected that. Well, actually it makes sense because you are threatening. You're threatening to push this pawn. For example, if you do something like a3, now immediately f4, and the bishop's trapped, actually completely trapped. Can't move out here. Yeah, you're defending it with a knight, but you're not defending enough. You can take with the queen, with the bishop, and then with the queen, like this. So that's not an option. But Carlsen's not going to miss something like f4. So yeah, then you bring the bishop to e5. But then what happens is that Carlsen, oh sorry, I'm going to move behind. If you play bishop to e5, Carlsen's going to take, you take back with the d pawn. And now Gukesh has created some imbalance. There's this pawn that he has to be careful of, but he has the bishop pair, which is useful. But still here, this is not ideal for Gukesh, but it's something. It's something to fight for. So let's see. Okay, so he doesn't go for that. He plays queen to b6. Queen to b6. All right, let's back up and get queen to b6 on the board. Okay, so yeah, this, knight retreats, and now queen to b6. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, so queen to b6 is the move. And I think this is a completely reasonable move. What are you threatening here with queen to b6 if you're Gukesh? Well, you're threatening taking the b pawn, and you're also got your eye on the d4 pawn, and you're attacking the d4 pawn twice. Doesn't matter because white is defending it twice. But maybe at some point you can even play something like bishop to f. Maybe you play f5 first and then bishop to f6. Or maybe that's a little bit much. So yeah, that's interesting. I actually like, now that I see queen to b6, I think that's a cool move. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, how are we doing? Did Magnus really blunder? Let's see. What does the analysis say? I don't think Magnus blundered. No. Magnus definitely did not blunder. Oh, I was looking at the analysis board. No, so Magnus definitely did not blunder. Now we have castles. Let me just get the position set up the way it's supposed to be. Rook to c1, and then queen to b6. Is this it, I think? Yeah. Okay, I think I got the move order wrong when I was setting up, but this is the position on the board and then also on the analysis board. Great. Oh, I muted myself. Oh no. Okay, let's sort that out. 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? Nobody can hear you. Can you hear me? No. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Daniel Ong says, we are hearing you, bro. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Thanks. Daniel Ong, I think you might have muted me. So, yeah, that one's on you. But just check the old mic, or your speakers at least, and you'll probably find that it's not muted. I can hear you. He pranked you. I don't know if that was a great prank. Maybe it is a prank. I don't know. Okay, so queen to b6, cool. And now it is... okay, so it's Carlsen to move here. Now, what do you do if you're Carlsen? Obviously, this b2 pawn is hanging. Don't want to just give that up. So knight takes here is fine. Knight takes, pawn takes, and then rook to c3. What? Wow, rook to c3. I don't think in any reality I would ever play rook to c3. Queen takes is not a good idea now, because rook to b3. And can you take on a2? Probably, there's probably some weird tactics here now. If you take, you can take over here. There's no weird tactics. I thought maybe you could trap the queen, but you can give up both of these pawns, and if you get the rook to b7 and allow it to infiltrate, you're attacking both of the bishops. And yes, it's being protected. One of the bishops being protected by the knight on c6, but this is like a premium piece now with having the rook on b7. So giving up this pawn is not that as much of a threat as it seems. So that's interesting. So this is one way of going though, is to play knight takes first. But now that I'm actually looking at the position, I suppose that you can do a lot of things other than protecting the b2 pawn, because this pawn is kind of poisoned, right? The only issue here is that like you can't do something completely morose. But can you still not take? You can still not take because, oh, you can always follow up with knight takes first. Because I was like, oh, the knight is going to be hanging. But after the queen takes, you can always take first and then play rook to b1. Ah, okay. So that's interesting. So this position is still pretty even. There aren't any crazy tactics that are happening yet. But nonetheless, there's still a lot to calculate here. And I think that is probably why Carlsen is spending so much time on this move. There's a lot to think about. Food for thought. What are you going to do if you're Carlsen with the white pieces? Let's see. Magnus is winning 101%. Wow. That is like conviction. Okay, guys, don't forget to vote. Let me know what you guys think. Who's going to win, or who do you want to win? That's important. Do you want Gukesh to win, the 17-year-old? Or do you want Magnus Carlsen, the arguably greatest ever? Let me know. Okay, so let's see what's happening with this game. We're going to continue a little bit of analysis. Oh, one last thing before I jump into the analysis board. Do consider smashing the subscribe button. In yesterday's stream, I got 70 subscribers, which I was very, very happy with. And I got to 189 likes on the video, which I was also very happy with. So can we beat that today? I'll let you guys decide. Okay, enough self-promotion. Let's look at the analysis board. Carlsen to play here. So the engine is also suggesting knight to a4 here. They say a knight on the rim is grim. I remember being told that when I was learning chess. My mom told me that. A knight on the rim is grim, or my uncle, I can't remember. And as a result, I never ever put my knight on the rim. But sometimes, if you are a genius grandmaster, a knight on the rim is actually okay. And here it does a couple of things. You're attacking the queen and you're attacking, or not attacking, you're defending the b2 pawn at the same time. And even if you try and put pressure on this this piece, it's actually okay because it's being defended by the queen for the time being. Although, what about this queen to a5 move? Now you're threatening even something like takes, discovery, attack on the knight on a4. So you have to be quite careful, but you can just defend, or you can move back. You can just retreat with the knight. But now here, what about takes, takes, and then queen takes? Can't take, still can't take on a2. What? Can't take on a2. Why not? What am I missing? Rook to a1. Okay, so you start chasing the queen away. The queen doesn't have... Where's the queen supposed to go? d5? But now, what's going on here? Okay, let's head back to the board. I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes and then miss a move. People were raging at me yesterday when I missed moves. So I'm not going to miss any moves, guys. I'm going to be 100% focused on the game. So let's see. Okay, we're still waiting on Magnus to reply. Let's head back. So here, this was the line that we were looking at after knight to a4. Let's back up. But apparently this is totally fine if you're black, is to play queen to a5. Okay, so that's one possible variation. The other one is we have, okay, knight takes, but I think we looked at this a little bit, or bishop to d3 is the other option. And bishop to d3 is quite an interesting move. This is like a move that I think a lot of players would blunder if they're like, okay, not a lot of players. I think anyone who is worth their salt at playing chess would spot this tactic in with enough time, I would say. Is that you might be very tempted to snap up the pawn on d4, be like, I can take. Because if you take, then I take, but then, Bishop takes h7 is heartbreaking. Because you're attacking the king and then you're also picking up the queen. The queen can't deal with both things at the same time. So after king takes, this game is over. So that's why bishop to d3 is perfectly fine. And also it centralizes the bishop. The bishop's guarding all of these squares. It's doing like a stellar job. And it's just really well placed. And this is like one of those situations where this isolated pawn is looking more and more vulnerable, but the engine just figures it out. The engine just knows. There's no problems for me. I can just solve this. This is not that big of a deal. But in human terms, I would be quite worried about the d4 pawn. It's isolated, it's getting attacked. Maybe after I play bishop to d3, what about something like bishop to f6? Really putting a lot of pressure on this pawn. Not like that. And now, you know, if you're playing with the white pieces, this does not feel super comfortable. So it still wants a4 in this position, knight to a4, attacking the queen. Of course, you can't take with the queen, even though there's all this pressure here, because the knight is defending first and can pick up the queen immediately. So the queen has to move, and maybe after what? Queen to d8. Okay, so it just says, cut my losses. I'm not interested in this pawn yet. I thought maybe there was a way to attack, keep attacking the pawn by playing queen to b4. But I suppose that doesn't work. Okay, still waiting on the former world champion to make his move. And this is something that we did notice yesterday. It was really interesting. And what we noticed is that pretty early on, okay, I think it was maybe even the 8th move yesterday, where Carlsen burnt a lot of time, like 20 minutes, taking extra care to make sure that he played as accurately as possible. And this might be the equivalent in this game. It's a little bit later, it's the 15th move, but this might be the moment that Carlsen really gets deep into the time bank. Let's see how long he spent on the previous moves. Move 14, Gukesh. Carlsen spent 6 minutes, and then Gukesh spent 9 minutes. Up until then, they were already blitzing out moves. I mean, I was struggling to keep up with the analysis. It was so quick, but it was all theory. And now, once you head into these uncharted territories, you're out of theory. You haven't spent any time studying this particular line. It becomes really a matter of calculating over the board in the game because your preparation has run out. And I think that's exactly what's happened here. It will be interesting because, I mean, Gukesh did spend a little bit of time on the last move. If Carlsen plays a move here and Gukesh immediately like snaps off a response, that would be quite scary. If you're Carlsen, you're like, oh my gosh, he knows this already. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think because Gukesh spent quite a bit of time thinking on the previous move, I think they're both starting to head out of familiar territory. So let's head back. Those are the main candidate moves though. That the engine suggests. Kitty. Claude. My cat is meowing. Wow. Probably wants food. There's plenty of food down there, Claude. So what were the candidate moves? Hold on, let's back up. Here. Okay, so knight to a4. We looked at that. a3 is also a move. a3 is really interesting because this pawn remains poisoned, and it's the same thing that we looked at before. We didn't look at a3 specifically, but if you do play a3 and you want to take this pawn, now you can take, and then play rook to b1. Black takes. Okay, and now black is up 2 pawns, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, both of these pawns are gone, but now you're going to gain one of them. And critically, you're attacking both of the bishops. And I think here you play bishop to f5, which looks scary, but the bishop is being protected by the queen and the knight. This is interesting. This is actually more equal than it looked. I think the engine spent a little bit of time looking at this position. It just doesn't feel very comfortable if you're Gukesh with this rook on b7. Even though you are still up a pawn in this position, this rook has such domination on the b file and is attacking this way. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Okay, interesting. So this is an option. Maybe this is the way for Gukesh to go. Here it's supposedly equal. The engine says that black has like a tiny little eensy weensy edge. But in practical terms, black is up a pawn. So could be important. Could be very important. Okay, so maybe I think actually if I'm Carlsen, hold on. If I'm Carlsen, do you want to give up both of these pawns? I don't think it's really worth it. You might not want to play something like a3. Maybe knight to a4 is the most sensible way of continuing here. He's really thinking a lot about it, and I can understand why. Rook to e1 is also a move. But still, you're giving up this pawn. In all of these lines, you give up the pawn, and then it's this exchange, yada, 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 yada. Rook to b1, queen takes on a2. So all of the waiting moves that don't involve defending the b2 square feel quite scary if you're Carlsen. You don't want to just spot him a pawn. Okay, yeah, you're going to get your rook to b7 and pick up one of the two pawns that he gains with the queen, but it still doesn't feel great. That could be quite meaningful later on. So we have a move. We have a move. The move is bishop to c4. Wow. Okay. This is really clever. This is pretty clever. So bishop to c4. Hold on. Instead of rook to e1, he plays bishop to c4. Now let's calculate the same idea. This b2 pawn is hanging, right? Still, but you can't take it yet, I don't think. Because if you take the b pawn, now what happens? Knight takes, pawn takes, but now you can take back with the bishop. You can take on d5, and now the bishop's actually doing a great job because it's protecting the a2 pawn, and it's doing a perfectly reasonable job. I just still think here, if you're Carlsen, even though it says that you have a little bit of an edge, this isolated pawn just feels a bit uncomfortable. But maybe that just shows what I know. So, okay, this is interesting. I think if you're Gukesh, this might be the chance. This might be the moment. He's given up a pawn. Okay, he's going to get it back over here, but maybe there's some way of trying to gain an advantage. Maybe he needs to do a little bit of preparation, or maybe he can take first. No, you can't take first. Takes, because then you're just going to take back with the b pawn. And now the b pawn is no longer available to be taken. So how else does this work? Okay, what else can you do? First, let's take a look at the position. I think Gukesh might take quite a long time here because none of the moves that we were looking at included bishop to c4. Very interesting. Okay, let's see how we're doing with the chats. Haha, got you. Daniel Ong. You sneaky. You totally pranked me. Okay, you should stream more often. Thank you, that's so nice. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Guys, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the like button, do the subscription thing, notification bell, all that jazz if you're enjoying it. And don't forget to drop a comment. I will respond to your comments if you leave a comment. If you have any ideas of what should be done by either player over the board, do let me know. Okay, so we are really in the thick of it at this point. Bishop to c4. Attacking the knight on d5. And now the b pawn isn't really hanging because you can gain it back by taking the d5 pawn, which will end up, or the e pawn that will end up on d5. So that's kind of irritating. But let's see what the engine says in response to this. Knight to f6. I don't think you can play knight to f6. Or maybe you can. I know the engine says that you definitely can, but this is just feels kind of like the opposite of productive. Or maybe, nah, I don't like this move that much. Ian says, how's black knight take knight? How does black knight take knight? Just knight takes c3? But yeah, if knight takes c3, then you just take back. And remember the d4 pawn? That was like the isolated pawn. Now it's no longer isolated. And there's not a whole lot that black has in compensation for this position. Okay, black moves. Black does play this move, knight to f6. So that's interesting. Carlsen has played bishop to c4, and Gukesh is moving his knight back to f6. Okay, I get it in the sense that you don't want to trade, and now Gukesh is still vaguely threatening to take on b2. And he's forcing Carlsen to decide, what are you going to do? Are you going to let me take on b2? Because that feels a little bit risky. The other thought I had is maybe playing something like bishop to b3, which is fine. You can follow it up though if you're black with knight to a5, and now you're attacking, and if you do something really unremarkable, maybe you can just take, and then a takes b. Don't want to take with the queen, but now you have two doubled pawns, and you've got an isolated pawn, and this is like terrible for white's pawn structure. It's still kind of playable, but you don't really want to play this. So that makes sense. Okay, bishop to b3 is not that great of an idea. There are other ways to defend, and the ancient still likes here knight to a4. You play knight to a4. Just as we looked at earlier, you're defending the b2 square and you're attacking the queen at the same time, and the knight on a4 is defended by the queen on d1. So this looks completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. No problem. Guys, don't forget to vote. Let me know, who do you think, or who do you want to win? Do you want Carlsen to win, or do you want Gukesh to win? We have 37 votes. 3% of people say, I don't know. See results. Okay, so we've got a lot of Carlsen fans out there. That's great. If you are a Carlsen fan, I totally get it. I too am a Carlsen fan. But I will say, in this particular game, I'm going to go against the popular opinion and say that I want Gukesh to win. If Gukesh wins, then we have like a super exciting game tomorrow. Then we get a tiebreaker. It's going to be like epic. And also it would be like pretty legendary if Gukesh could get the win here with the black pieces on demand. That would be something else. Here's the game as it stands. The game with the board with the blue squares, that's the analysis board if you're just joining. And right now we are waiting on Magnus Carlsen to move. Gukesh has retreated his knight just a moment ago. His knight was on d5 and he retreated back to f6. And the threat here, before he played knight to f6, was if, for example, so with Carlsen to play, hold on, plays here. If, for example, Gukesh was to take on b2, then you could immediately just respond with taking, and now white's actually ahead here, and obviously this is a line that Gukesh wasn't too interested in going down, because even though he does get the b pawn, he gives up the e6 pawn eventually. So instead he just retreats, and the engine actually suggested that this was the best move, so completely fair. All right, back to the board. Oh wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was gonna say, gosh. Yeah, the board has been kind of glitchy a little bit today. So hopefully it doesn't do anything too crazy, but we will keep tabs on both boards. Let's head back to the position as it stands. We had knight to f6, and now Carlsen to move. What's he gonna do? What will he do? We will soon see. Okay, so knight to a4 was the one option. Apart from that, we have rook to e1. So it's very similar to the moves that were suggested before. And after rook to e1, then knight to a5, attacking the bishop on c4, which makes sense. And then you can play bishop to d3. And again, this pawn is continually going to be protected by the knights on f3, which is useful. And earlier we were looking at some tactics with the knight being on c6. If knight takes, queen takes, then you're in a lot of trouble because the bishop can sacrifice on h7. And after the king takes, because of the check, you can pick up the queen on d4, which was quite a cool line. But those are not the kind of lines that you see in classical games. So, okay, so rook to e1, that's an option. What else is an option? h3. Okay, so here, before it was suggesting h3, and I thought, why h3? This makes no sense. But now h3 does kind of make sense, because the knight is sitting on f6, and you're preventing the knight from jumping into white's territory. So, yeah, that's something to be avoided. Da, 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 da. And just a little bit of a reminder for those of you guys watching at home and you're just joining. Let's take a look at how we got here. We started off with a Sicilian dip. Not that move. Oh no. Oh, have I just lost the game? No! We started off with a Sicilian defense. That's bad. Why did I do this? Okay, I'm going to have to get the game back. Sorry. I should have used this board instead. Okay. Takes. I think knight to f6. What happened? Takes. Okay, so there was the pawn push first, and then... Okay, knight to d4. Hi. Oh, thanks. Awesome. Okay, T. Oh. Awesome. Thanks so much. Oh, water. Thank you. Okay. See you later. See you later. All right, we got a cup of tea. Need to stay hydrated, guys. Okay, back in business. Yes. All right, so I was just trying to fix the board. I accidentally screwed up the analysis board. So let's take a quick sec to recap where we are. Okay, e6, and then bishop to e2, and then takes. Okay, that's easy enough to remember. Takes, and then... Takes castles. I wish I had the memory of Magnus Carlsen and I could just put all this together from memory, but that's not going to happen. Oh, I remember this move though. And then the queen retreats. And then what happened next? Pray tell. I think it was bishop to e3. Is that the move? Maybe. Oh, bishop to f4. Bishop to f4. And then knight, and then the bishop retreats it. Okay. Castles, and then rook to c1, and then, okay. Castles, rook to c1. And then was it this move? Oh, no, not yet. It's white to play. I think Carlsen went back, and then it was queen to b6. And then queen to b6. And that's where we are now. Okay. So that concludes the entire game. And the engine right now says it's completely equal. In fact, all of the options for white to play are basically different shades of equal, according to the engine. So the three moves that are suggested, let's just make sure that I'm up to date first. Yeah, okay, so Carlsen's play with the white pieces. The three moves that are suggested: knight to a4, attacking the queen and defending the b2 square. That's the first. h3, preventing the knight from jumping in. It's kind of a quiet move, but a useful move. And then rook to e1, taking control of this semi-open file. And also, if at some point this knight can come into e4, obviously it can't come now because this knight's on c3 is guarding that square. But you're just taking a little bit more control of the open squares, activating pieces. And I think now Gukesh is just waiting, biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And I was kind of hoping that he played f5 earlier. Even though it was a little bit of a dodgy looking move, it still would have been... it would have given him some real attacking chances. So to get some of his pawns in the center of the board and try to make Carlsen think a little bit in terms of how he's going to defend. But right now it's been pretty equal from both players. And if anything, Carlsen's had like a little bit of an edge. Not right now, but at 1 or 2 points in the opening, there were, I think, some lines that he could have taken, or some risks he could have taken, but he just chose not to because he doesn't need to win. That's the whole point. So that's really interesting. So this is the position as it stands right now. Carlsen with the white pieces. Carlsen to play. He's on 54 minutes and we are on move 16. So Carlsen really deep in thought here. And I think this is another part of the strategy that Gukesh might be using. Gukesh has a good 20 minutes. I mean, Carlsen has 54 minutes. Gukesh has 1 hour and 14 minutes. So Gukesh is significantly up on the clock. And it is possible that this might be one way to put pressure on Carlsen. You know, Carlsen is such a tough player, but you have to use every possible strategy to try and beat him. Why not put a little bit more pressure on the clock? Provided that you can make moves that are good or more than good. So if he plays quickly and accurately, who knows? I mean, it could be quite uncomfortable if Carlsen gets down to like 10, 15 minutes and they're at move like 25 and he has to play like 15 moves in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Who knows? So that is something that might be in the back of Gukesh's mind in terms of how to play this. But so far things are about as equal as they can be. Just a reminder, the last move, Gukesh retreated his knight to f6. And now he's still vaguely threatening to take on b2. And Carlsen needs to decide, is he going to play knight to a4 and protect the b2 square and attack the queen at the same time? Or is he going to allow the b2 pawn to hang? For example, if you play something like h3, now queen takes b2 is seemingly possible. Before, when the knight over here, when the knight was on d5, Carlsen could have responded by takes, and he could have picked up the pawn. But now you have to be pretty careful. So the engine likes knight to b5. And this is the one useful thing about having the bishop on c4 is it is protecting the a2 square. So Carlsen can't just go, Gukesh can't just go and like munch up all of the pawns on the queen side. But before we were looking at this move in response to that is rook to b1. Of course, you can't play rook to b1 right now because the queen can just munch the knight on c3. So that's a notable difference between these two positions now that the knight has moved back, is that this exchange is no longer possible for Carlsen. So it's something to think about. And I think that is probably why Carlsen is thinking so much about this move. Okay, let's take a look at the chats. All right, not too many messages. We have a lot of redacted. B3, A4. B3, A4. Okay, let's take a look at this. So instead of playing H3, B3. B3 is an idea because obviously you're defending the loose pawn on... and you're also kind of cementing this bishop in the middle. But now bishop to A3 is the response. Excuse me. Bishop to A3. And this is always something that you have to watch out for when you make committal moves with the pawns. Every time you move a pawn, it's always good to think, what do you leave behind? What are you taking away from the position when you move a pawn? Because unlike the other pieces where you can always move the piece back, pawns don't get to go back. Once you've moved them forward, they're in that position for basically the rest of the game. And here, this just highlights that. It's just that the A3 square is always a little bit loose. As soon as you push B3, you're allowing the bishop to infiltrate in and attack the rook, which is not the end of the world. You can always just move the rook up. But this bishop went from being like okay to a little bit more useful. And I think that's why the evaluation doesn't love this move as much. But I don't actually think it's that terrible of a move. I mean, what's the big deal about having the rook on C2? It's probably not that bad. Knight to B4. And then rook to E2. This looks a little bit weird, but obviously the engine has calculated this is fine, and Gukesh is allowed to advance now. This could become tricky later on. If black continues to organize his pieces, maybe he can mount some kind of attack on the queen side. I don't see it right now, but the engine seems to think that there's something there. It's only like minus 0.2. So it's not much, but anyway, it's an unnecessary complication if you're white playing b3. There are other ways to defend the b pawn, specifically knight a4. So Or maybe not knight a4. Oh, knight a4 now. Wow, hold on. But if knight a4... Okay, so here's the thing. If you take with a queen... Queen takes. Yeah. Knight takes. Oh, I was getting the order wrong. That's what I was thinking before. I was like, what the heck? This is hanging, but it's not. Okay, I'm just being stupid. So, yeah, the queen has to decide where it's going to go. It certainly can't go to d4 because it gets munched and it has to retreat back to d8. So that move back to d8 is exactly what we saw earlier in an earlier line. It's the same variation. Man. Okay, so that's why knight to a4 is the way to go, probably. Yeah, because even if you do get a chance to play a4, it's not going to really matter all that much if the bishop comes to a3 and you have this awkward thing. So let's see if there's any... Okay, so we have knight a4. That's the move that we've got on the board. Where? Knight to a4, attacking the queen, holding the b2 pawn, and obviously... Okay, we immediately have a response from Gukesh. This is exactly what I was saying. This is exactly what I was saying, guys. Check this out. Gukesh, he's such a sneaky guy. Carlsen spends like 15 minutes on the clock. What does he do? Immediately moves. And now, Carlsen knows what he's doing. Carlsen knows exactly what Gukesh is trying to do. Gukesh is trying to put pressure on the clock for Magnus. And that's why he immediately moved his queen. He was calculating knight to e4, he knew exactly what he was going to play. And then he played immediately queen to a5. So that's really interesting. And Carlsen, maybe Carlsen doesn't like this idea that he's getting kind of hammered on the clock and he's losing a little bit of an edge on the clock. He obviously calculated that this would be the most likely response from Gukesh and immediately followed up with knight to c5. Knight to c5. So let's see what's going on here, because this is also a little bit of a confusing one. Okay, we need to back up because we've had a couple of moves here. Queen to a5, and then immediately Carlsen responds with knight to c5. Now what happens? Let's calculate takes. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now if you take with the queen, bishop takes e6. Okay, this is very dicey. Discovery on the queen. And then you're also attacking the bishop twice. So now the queen needs to retreat to b6. And this is really fascinating to me, is that even though you're attacking this twice, there's a way out. After takes, rook f to d1. Now there's a pin on the king on d1. And you want to try and retreat, get your bishop out of the firing line. But of course you're going to give up. And this is actually better for white. Very odd. So yeah, this is you have to be very careful here. This is not a free pawn. It seems like it might be, but it's not, because there's a discovery attack on the queen after bishop takes c5. Let's just show that again. And yeah, although the material is still equal here, it's definitely white who has maybe a little bit of an edge. But even if you take here this rook, there aren't any real tactics that can't be accounted for when you're calculating. There's nothing too crazy here, according to the engine at least. If you asked me, I would say, without the engine in front of me, I would say, this looks a little bit interesting. Okay, so it doesn't like bishop takes e6. Bishop to d6 is better. What? Bishop to d6, forking the rook and the queen. Oh, that's clever. Bishop to b6. I didn't even see that. I was too preoccupied with the discovery attack on the queen. Wow, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay. Bishop takes, and then Carlsen's got a very clear edge here. So this idea of taking on c5, with the intention of trying to pick up the loose pawn, maybe not such a great idea. So now, the question is, what can Gukesh play? If bishop takes is not that great of an idea, what else can you play? Bishop to c8. Yeah, this is a defensive move, but it just feels, again, uncomfortable. We looked at this move earlier in a different position, but this rook is like completely jammed in the corner now. Can't come out because of the bishop on g3, and it's kind of blocked in by its own bishop on c8. So this is like a little bit arrested development for black's position here. And that is not what you want when you are playing a game that you have to win. So, what elo are you? Memes 101 says. I am 2000, but that's on chess.com, so that probably doesn't count for as much if it was like 2000 FIDE. So, probably need to get that rating up. Okay, still waiting? Yes, still waiting on Gukesh. So I think this is quite interesting psychologically of what's going on with the clock here. Magnus Carlsen, knowing that Gukesh is trying to put pressure on him by playing quickly, immediately responded with queen to a5. And Carlsen, not interested in having any kind of disadvantage psychologically, even if it's just the clock, immediately follows up with knight to c5, which I think, fortunately, he had calculated for. He was like, okay, cool. I'm going to play knight to a4 with the intention of playing knight to c5 if Gukesh plays queen to a5. And as we saw, there are some nasty tactics here. If bishop takes, you don't even have to think about the discovery attack with bishop takes e6, which is what I was looking at, because there's a fork over here. So let me just show you guys one more time, because it's kind of a cool variation. If Vida wants to try and pick up the pawn, takes. I was just looking at bishop takes e6, but actually there's the much better bishop to d6, attacking, forking the queen and the rook at the same time. So that was definitely the way to go, and Carlsen probably saw that, definitely saw this. So Gukesh might not be as interested in bishop takes c5. Bishop to c8, protecting the b7 square. But yeah, okay, you protect the b7 pawn, but this rook is now trapped, so I don't know if I'm going to go for that. Otherwise, queen to b6. And now the b pawn, there's a little bit of a problem with queen to b6. It's just that as long as the knight has this outpost over here, then these pawns and the queen has to kind of stay around this area. And the bishop's actually pretty strong. Dark squared bishop's doing a great job along here. The engine still says it's equal, but I think this is maybe a little bit easier to play if you have the white pieces here. So this is quite fascinating. We have 42 concurrent viewers. Guys, welcome to the stream. Don't forget to vote. I want to see, who do you want to win? Do you want Gukesh to win? Do you want Carlsen to win? Let me know. Let me know in the voting poll. I think it's probably to the right-hand side, you can see. And okay, let me just quickly turn off the random live feed, because that's not showing anything yet. As soon as the game starts being displayed in terms of what the players are actually doing, I'll pull that up again. And we'll jump into the analysis board in a moment. Okay, so coverage starts in 2 minutes. So I'll pull this this live feed from the venue in Azerbaijan. I'll pull that up in a moment once they're showing some footage that's actually relevant. Okay, so recap for those of you who are just joining. I'm going to do the recap on this board because last time I lost the game completely. We had the Sicilian defense, and I mentioned at the beginning that the Sicilian is a very logical opening to play if you're playing with the black pieces, because it can create some very sharp lines. I was a little bit disappointed to see Gukesh castling on the same side as Carlsen, because obviously you want to have attacking chances if you're playing with the black pieces here. And not that there aren't any attacking chances once you castle kingside, but it just means that the position is more symmetrical and a little bit more likely to lean towards a draw. So yeah, we had more or less a lot of engine moves, which is not very unsurprising in the opening moves. As the game progresses, we're going to find that we get to a point where there are certainly more opportunities for inaccuracies from both players, and in turn a more exciting game, which is what we're after. And me personally, I know I'm against the majority of people watching this. Most people say that they want Carlsen to win. I do want Carlsen to win, but in a much more a much more real way, I want Gukesh to win. I want Carlsen to eventually win. But I would love to see a tiebreak. So if Gukesh could win this with the black pieces, that would be pretty spectacular. So that would definitely make things a lot more interesting. So back to the analysis. It is Gukesh to move here. We looked at 3 moves so far. Excuse me. We looked at bishop takes, and bishop takes is actually still amongst the engine suggestions, but there must be a slightly more accurate way of playing. After d takes c, yeah, I don't think. Rook f to d8. This rook. Ah, okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. Instead of capturing the pawn immediately with the queen, we looked at capturing the pawn immediately with the queen, led to, let me just back up a second ago. For example, if you take with the queen, you can not resign yet, because you still have a pawn, but you are going to be down the exchange because of the fork. So instead, the engine actually likes this line, except instead of taking first on c5, the engine wants rook to d8, rook f to d8. So now you are still vaguely threatening to take here, but there are some other tactics with discoveries. Maybe not now, because the only places that the bishop can go are over here to reveal the discovery on white's queen, but that's not that big of a deal right now. This pawn is still hanging. So how do you deal with that? Rook to e1. Just ignore the pawn. So take it. Oh, because it's still not really hanging. The other tactic that we looked at was bishop takes e6. So you can still... In fact, the engine doesn't even think that you take. This is actually equal. So what's better? Bishop to c7. Bishop to c7. Rook d to c8. And now? And now bishop... Oh, now bishop takes e6. Okay. That's really interesting. Queen to b5. Okay, now this is kind of complicated. c4. What? What is going on here? This is really... Oh, c4. I see. Attacking the queen, and then that gives you a tempo to escape with the bishop. I was like so confused. Okay, so actually the engine seems to think that taking the knight on c5 is the way to go, provided that instead of taking immediately with the queen, you take back. If you're Carlsen, you take on d5, and then you play rook f to d8. That's really important part of trying to figure this out. But even here, even if you do play perfectly, by the way, Carlsen will have an edge. So yeah, it's not ideal for Gukesh even at this point. Did Magnus win? Taha Derbil asks. He won the first round now, and they are playing the last. That's exactly right. This is the second round. So remember, we're watching the FIDE World Cup, and they're playing multiple rounds. And I think it's a fair way of doing it. Instead of having like a one-off game, both players get a chance to play with the white pieces. And if there isn't a result after 2 games, for example, both games are drawn, or one wins and then the other wins, then there's a tiebreaker to decide who will go through to the next round. So that's the situation. And in this particular matchup, Gukesh lost, which was the game yesterday, and now today he's playing Carlsen for the second time, but he's playing with the black pieces and he has to win, which definitely makes things more challenging for him. Okay, so let's back up to the current position. Oh, that's not what happened though. I don't know why it keeps suggesting that. Hold on. Sorry guys. My computer's being a little funky. Okay, after knight to f6, then a4, and then okay, 5. Okay, so that's what we saw. Okay, so queen to a5 is actually an inaccuracy from Gukesh, which is interesting. What should he have played here? This is the move that he played so quickly. He took like no time. And I think maybe here Gukesh should have spent a little bit of time thinking before he played this move. So that's something to look at. Let's head back and take a look at the live feed. Oh, we've got the game. All right, guys, we're back into the live feed of the game over here. Carlsen versus Gukesh. And let's take a look at why this move, queen to a5, is considered an accuracy. What was better? Queen to d8 is better. Just retreating with the queen. Okay, we'll see why probably in a few moves' time. If that at least amounts to much. But at any event, he played queen to a5. I can't personally spot the difference really between queen to a5 and queen to d5. Let's see. If you play queen to d5, can you still play... Oh, you probably can't. Oh, you can play knight to c5. Okay. Yeah, you can play knight to c5, and it achieves more or less the same thing. The difference here, though, with the queen on d8 is after it takes rook to e8. Oh, rook to e8, because, yeah. Oh, but you're not going to take back. Wait. Hold on, what's going on here? Oh, you don't want to take. After you play knight to c5, you don't want to take because of that reason. You allow the bishop to infiltrate. Okay, guys, let's head back to the game. I want to see what's going on. We do have a move, and we have one of the engine's suggested moves, which was bishop to c8. Okay, so let's back up. We had knight to a4, queen to a5, knight to c5, and now bishop to c8. And bishop to c8 is perfectly reasonable. You're defending the pawn on b7. But there's a problem. There's a little bit of a problem just from a practical perspective, is that this rook on a8 is really super useless. I mean, there are a few pieces that are as useless as this rook on a8. It's doing absolutely nothing. And now Carlsen has immediately responded with a3. Wow, he didn't take much time to think about that. Carlsen is now doing to Gukesh what Gukesh was doing to Carlsen just a moment ago. Putting pressure on the clock. Really interesting. Okay, so we have a3. a3, and now knight takes d4. What? Is this a move? Knight takes d4? Oh, yes it is. Knight takes d4. Oh, this is interesting. Wow. Okay, so this is the move, guys. This is the move. Gukesh needs to find knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. And then b4. What is going on here? Wow. Okay, knight takes d4 apparently is the way to go. But you can... Okay, so if you take, for example, here takes, and now queen takes on c5. So this is like quite a clever way of simplifying the position a little bit. But it does allow Gukesh to prevent Magnus snowballing the position into a small advantage to a big advantage. Kind of takes the sting out of the center. Takes, and then queen takes on c5. You're removing the defender. The pawn on d4 is defending the knight, and now it's no longer there. So that seems quite sensible. The only downside is that, again, if you're Gukesh, you want to win. You don't want to draw. You need to find some way of complicating the situation. And although this is the way to achieve equality with the black pieces, this is a perfectly equal position. It feels like it might not be the way to go because you don't want equal. And by removing material off the board, maybe that's not the best way to try and win specifically, even though you can see the engine says this is the best move. So, wow. So this is the position right now, and the engine is recommending knight takes d4. I'm sure Carlsen has seen this, but maybe he thinks if Gukesh does play this way, it's actually fine. But it just feels weird though, because I think even in this position, Carlsen is still down a pawn. Takes, queen takes. And now what? Bishop takes e6? Oh, we still have this bishop takes e6 thing. Huh. Attacking the queen. Wow. I think Gukesh... Okay, I changed my tune maybe a little bit on this. Maybe, because of that, maybe knight takes d4 is the way to go. Bishop takes e6. Discovery attack on the queen that's sitting on c5. Okay. This could be the way to go. Let's see. Gukesh is really thinking he's going to see maybe. Does he find knight takes d4? Wow. Okay, knight takes d4. Is that the only way? Yeah, that seems to be the only way. According to the engine, knight takes d4. Wow, that is so interesting. Other moves, queen to d8, but that's really boring. Rook to d8, less boring. So this is an inaccuracy, by the way. Carlsen has just played, I think it's his first inaccuracy of the game, a3. We didn't look at a3 once at all. Mind you, we didn't spend much time looking at the position after bishop to c8. Rook to e1. Rook to e1, excuse me. That was the top engine move. a3. So rook to e1. Are you still allowing this though? Knight takes? Is this no longer possible? And why? Knight takes. Knight takes. Queen takes. Yeah. And now maybe there's a little bit more heat on the e file. It makes a difference having... Maybe it does make a big difference having the rook on the e file and on the c file, because you're eyeballing the queen and the bishop at the same time after this discovery. So now queen to b4. Wow, this feels pretty uncomfortable. And now a3. Okay, so here Carlsen would have had a real advantage if the rook was on e1. But instead, he played a3 here. And a3 is an inaccuracy. Very interesting. Sure, how about that? There's the position as it stands. Will Gukesh find? Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4 is the way to go. Guys, thank you for watching. If you are enjoying the stream, do consider giving the old upvotes, doing the like thing, and hitting the subscribe button. I'd really appreciate it. And I will be live streaming the rest of this game, provided that it doesn't go into tomorrow. I don't think that's possible. I don't think there's enough time. But yeah, I would like to live stream this whole game. So if you've got to go, you've got things to do, you've got a busy day, I will be around and about until this game ends. Although I will probably take a break at some point. Just try and get away from the screen. Okay, so 57% of people say Carlsen's going to win. 35% Gukesh is going to win. And 8% of people think, I don't know. So we'll see. How are we doing? Back to the game. Gukesh is still thinking. He's spending a lot of time on the clock thinking, what will he do next? What will his next move be? Is he going to play knight takes d4? That would be such a cool move. I mean, I personally didn't see it immediately. And the small difference between having the rook on e1 and being able to take here, it's quite interesting. Okay, we have a move, but it wasn't... Oh, it was queen to d8. No! Oh, that's so sad. No, Gukesh, why? Oh, okay. Queen to d8. That was, to be fair, the second best move suggested by the engine. But it's kind of a pity. It would be so cool if he was ready to risk it all. But maybe he just thought, this isn't the time. Not yet. I'll do it later. I'll find another moment. Okay, so Carlsen has still got a little bit of a deficit on the clock. He is down to, what is it now? 48 minutes. 48 minutes. Yeah, and I think that is still not that big of a deal. Earlier it was more serious. I think when it was like a 20-minute deficit and... oh wait, hold on. The clocks are updating. Oh no, it's only a 5-minute deficit now. Sorry, my mistake. There was an error in the clock display. So it's actually Carlsen. Carlsen to move now, and he's down 5 minutes on the clock, which is really not a big deal. Let's spend a little bit of time looking at the the evaluation. Queen to d8 is an accuracy. What the engine really wanted was knight takes d4. Knight takes d4, and then b4 from Carlsen. And now, takes with check. Queen takes f3. And now bishop, queen to b6. And here, this is kind of interesting because if you count up the pawns, you can see black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. And Carlsen has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. So black is up a pawn, but white has some compensation for it by having this outpost, which maybe you can take at some point with the bishop on c5. Excuse me. But right now it's not... Oh, wait, hold on. It's not even... it's not... it's not black to move. Here, rook f to d1. And now you can continue with black. But even though white is down a pawn here, there's a lot of compensation. All of white's pieces are super active, and black's pieces are kind of active, but black is a little bit on the back foot, and that is especially noticeable because of black's rook on a8. No way to develop it because the bishop is on g3, and that is really frustrating. So I think maybe Gukesh saw to this point in terms of I don't know if he would have seen b4 at least. b4 is a bit of a weird move to see, but at any point he would have known that it is possible for him to gain the pawn, but at what cost? Magnus would have activated his pieces, and he would have still be struggling with his rook on a8. So it's something to think about. And that's probably why he played the more conservative bishop to d8 instead of playing knight takes. So Carlsen played a3. Instead of knight takes, we have queen to d8. Also an inaccuracy. Okay, now Carlsen has moved. Carlsen has played bishop to b5. Bishop to b5. All right, this should be interesting. We'll see. What is he threatening? He's threatening, taking for one. But the question is how should Gukesh respond? Queen to b6. Moving the queen back. These are the kind of moves that you really don't see players like me, I would say, or your average club player making. Is that there seems to be this inert thing within us that when we make a move, we don't want to repeat. We don't want to go back to where we came from because it feels like it's not progress. But in chess, it's very counterintuitive that sometimes after the position has changed, even though it's a very small change, sometimes it's okay to go back and to repeat a move or put a piece back where it was moments ago, because of the fact that small changes in the position can really add up. And yeah, the queen just came back from a5. It wasn't on b6, then it went to a5, and then it came back, and now it's going back to b6 again. So it's it's kind of dancing all over the place. But here it's doing an important job. It's protecting the pawn, and it's also protecting the knight over here. And remember earlier, the bishop came back from d7 to guard this pawn. This is really frustrating, having to deal with this b7 pawn, because the rook desperately wants to come out. These two rooks desperately want to talk to each other, but they can't right now because they're interrupted by this bishop on c8. But the bishop on c8 was doing a job moments ago, because remember when the queen was on d8, then and if you decide, for example, to move the bishop, although you really can't, if you did play something like bishop to d7, this pawn would hang. So it's tricky. The only way to deal with that is to take, and that might be what happens at some point soon. So the queen was on d8, and now it is... Oh wait, Carlsen played bishop to b5. Okay, so now we're waiting for Gukesh to figure out what to do. I don't think he's going to play queen to b6. He might. Knight to d5 is also a move. Putting the knight on d5 kind of makes sense. And again, this is a very repetitive game, because this knight had already been developed onto f6 and then come to d5, and now it's moved back to f6, and the idea of moving it back again to d5, it just seems a little bit like repetitive. Like, what are you actually doing? You're just moving your pieces around the same way over and over again. But yeah, it's definitely an option if the engine thinks that it makes sense to put the knight here now. A lot has changed since the knight was on f6, or since the knight was on d5 earlier. So it does make a lot of sense having the knight nice and central in the middle of the board. It has like this huge wingspan. Oh, it's a miss. Now it's a miss. Okay, just ignore that. That's like the most irritating thing. When the engine's second best move is a miss. I mean, in practical terms, I don't get this. The knight's doing fine here. I mean, what's the idea? You're gonna follow up with rook to e1, okay? Yeah, I don't really get why knight to d5 is all that bad. I mean, if you look at how it's placed, it's controlling so many squares, protecting squares. It just feels like it's a complete beast in the middle of the board. So this also highlights the big difference between humans and engines, where the engine says that here there's only really one way of being able to keep an equal position, and that's to play queen to b6. It's very hard. I mean, Gukesh has one chance to keep things even, but I'm not entirely sure, unlike yesterday when Magnus was immediately able to get that tiny advantage and then make it a big advantage, I don't think that this is the same position. I don't think it's the same. I think here it's too complicated to be able to, well, maybe it's not too complicated, but I just don't think it's as intuitive, we'll say. Whereas in an endgame, Magnus Carlsen, that's what he does. He just grinds out in endgames. But here, it's not super straightforward. Here, the engine's now actually saying that flipping bishop to b5 is a miss. So, I mean, this is turning into a little bit of a joke, as far as I can see the engine's interpretations. And it should be noted that this miss, it's not like, oh, it's a blunder, you're going to lose the game now. It's like fractions of a pawn advantage. And often that can be the difference between winning and losing. But it should be said that, you know, as bad as this looks, the engine's flagging it, it's not as bad as it looks. So something to think about. It's not like, oh, you're blundering your queen. Okay, do we have a move? No. Still waiting for Gukesh. Gukesh is trying to figure out his lot in life. What will he do? Welcome to the 32 people watching. Don't forget to vote. We've got 108 votes. 36% of folks think that, or want Gukesh to win. 56% of people want Carlsen to win, and 8% don't know. All right, let's end the poll. Guys, let me know in the comments section, what should the next question be? Should we vote on what move he plays next? That's a good idea. Let's do that. Okay, votes. Let's see. Gukesh to move. Let's give the engine suggestions here first. Queen to b6. Okay, let's just give 2. That'll make it... Oh, maybe 3. Okay, so queen to b6. Knight to d5. What does Gukesh play? Which one do you guys think? Queen to b6 or knight to d5. The other option is a5. Shockingly. Okay, we'll throw that in as well. Okay, let's do it. Queen to b6, a5, or knight to d5. Let's do it. Poll time. Start a poll. Next move, question mark. Ah! Do we have a move? I hope not. I will cry if there's a move. Okay, hold on. Next move. Okay, let's see. Queen to b6. Knight to, what is it? f5, d5. Knight to d5. Knight to d5. Or a5. a5. All right, go for it. I probably screwed up. I think I put a K instead of a... Is it an N? Is that the notation for a knight? Probably. Here, they just use the little knight emoji, so I don't often see the actual notation because I don't play over the board. So the K is actually a knight. I forgot how to... the difference between king and knight. So those are the three moves that I've suggested. Queen to b6, knight to d5, or... what was the last one? a5. Ah, we have a move. Okay, you guys had like 2 seconds to respond. Queen to b6. Okay, let's see. No, I need to end the poll. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Otherwise, you could have changed your votes. Okay, everyone happened to vote for queen to b6. Well done. Those of you who said queen to b6, good job. The odds were ever in your favor. All right, so we have queen to b6. And well done. Well done to Gukesh for finding queen to b6, because that was the absolute best move he could have played. Anything else didn't look too good according to the engine, and he found the best continuation here. And I think it's important to show, like, these kind of moves are quite tricky to find, because look at the queen the last couple of moves. It's quite counterintuitive to like move it around back and forth and then eventually end up on b6. But having the queen on b6 is, I think, definitely the way to go. And let's see exactly why it's the way to go. It's one thing just to be like, oh, the engine says it's the best move. It must be the best move. Why is queen to b6 the best move? Okay, so let's follow up. You're playing with the white pieces and you're Magnus Carlsen. What are you going to do here? Queen's attacking the bishop on a5, so that's a problem. On b5, excuse me. So you retreating to a4 is perfectly reasonable. But now the issue is that the queen takes on b2. This pawn is no longer poisoned. Earlier we were talking about taking on b2 and how it's really problematic with taking on b2. So if we back up, there's lots of analysis of taking on b2 the whole time. This pawn is kind of like hanging, but it doesn't work because after, okay, maybe a second ago here. After he first played queen to b6, when Carlsen didn't defend the b2 pawn, it looks like it's hanging, but you can't take because takes. And now the bishop is holding the pawn on a2, and this is being defended adequately. So you end up just basically having an equal trade. But the difference here, and the key difference is that white is more active and now can claim that the b file belongs to white. So that's important. So that wasn't something that Gukesh was too interested in heading down, a road that he wasn't interested in heading down. So instead we have this situation, but now with the queen coming back to b6, attacking the bishop on b5, and also attacking the pawn on b2 at the same time. Little X-ray attack. Now, how else can you defend this? This is curious. If you're Carlsen, you don't want to lose the b2 pawn. Oh yeah, I should say now that this b2 pawn is really lost, it seems. Because if you play this, you don't have really any compensation, because the dark square bishop was on c4. I mean, the light square bishop was on c4, but now it's not. And now, maybe... yeah, maybe it's not as easy to play for Carlsen. He can't take here. Maybe you can... I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Queen to d3. Oh, that's a great move. This is often the case, is that instead of threatening something immediately, for example, playing, you know, rook to b1, like I think you can probably take this pawn if the queen's not on d3, it becomes a little bit precarious, because now... No, actually, no, sorry. Queen to d3 makes a lot of sense, because now you are threatening to play rook to b1, and then now the X-ray attack is on black, which is interesting. So yeah, you have to be quite accurate here if you're Carlsen. Takes. So maybe there is a way of defending after the pawn gets taken. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Gukesh goes for this. let me get back to the moves on the board. Okay, so we're still waiting on Carlsen to decide. Is he going to play bishop to a4 and give up this pawn? And then after queen takes b2, he can follow up with this centralizing move, getting the queen to d3, protecting the a3 pawn, and now threatening rook to b1. Okay, that's possibly the idea if you play bishop to a4. Interesting. Can you tell who won, Gukesh or Magnus? First round was won by Magnus, yep. This match is live. It is live indeed. If you're just joining us, this is the second round of the FIDE World Cup. Gukesh and Carlsen are playing each other. Yesterday, Gukesh played Carlsen, but he lost. And now this is the second round. Carlsen with the white pieces, Gukesh with the black pieces. And Carlsen needs to do nothing, really, except for draw. All he has to do is get a draw. If he draws, then he is through. And Gukesh with the black pieces has to win. So that's the dynamic that's at play here. There have been a few inaccurate moves that have been played recently. Specifically, here, Gukesh played... Oh, wait, hold on. Nope. Let's do this the right way. Gukesh played queen to a5 here. When instead he should have played what? Queen to d8. But this wasn't actually that big of a deal. The real big deal came when Carlsen played... after this, what did Carlsen play? Let me just get back to the board. Oh, he played knight to c5. That's right. So after knight to c5, here you can actually... knight to c5. Wait, hold on. I'm getting confused with the position. Oh yeah, that was the thing that we were looking at before. We were looking at knight takes d5. So this board over here that we're looking at is the actual board that is being played. And the blue board is the analysis board. So I'm getting a little bit confused between the two. That's why I am struggling a bit here. So I'm trying to, let me just update the two so that I am less confused. Okay, so here, knight to c5, and then the bishop came back. That's right. Okay, so knight to c5, the bishop came back to defend the b7 square. Then Carlsen played a3, and then queen to d8. And now we have a few more moves until currently. Okay, cool. So yeah, bishop to b5, and then Carlsen played queen to b6. So the one thing that I'll mention is that this bishop to b5 move, it says in red or in pink, bishop to b5 is a miss. But really it's like fractions of a difference between bishop to b5 and some of the other moves. So take that with a pinch of salt. Bishop to b5, by the way. Okay, no, it's not suggested. It actually prefers bishop to b3. But it would be up there in the top like 5 suggestions probably of the engine. So yeah, take that with a grain of salt. Then Gukesh plays the correct move, moving the queen back, queen to b6, attacking the bishop, and now also threatening to take the pawn on b2 if, for example, you retreat. But there's a way to deal with this and come out of it okay if you're Carlsen. You can play queen to d3, and now protecting the a3 pawn and also simultaneously attacking the queen. And sheesh, how do you defend here? Knight to d5. And now what happens? What's the deal here? Oh, you have this square. I see. I was a little bit confused how the queen escapes. But there's queen to a2. Queen to c3. Oh, now you can play queen to c3 with a knight here. But if the knight isn't here, just out of curiosity, if you do something completely mental. H6, and now you have to go to a2. And this is okay. You can escape this way, and you can't play bishop because the queen's going to pick up the a3 pawn. That's a shame. Okay, so that would be a consideration, but I think Gukesh would definitely calculate a route for the queen to escape. So, yeah, this is interesting. Let's see what Carlsen's going to do. Is Carlsen going to give up the b pawn? And this is a point where you could spend a lot of time, a lot of time trying to calculate. So, bearing in mind, this is a tricky situation. We're only on move 20. Carlsen is heading down to a half an hour left. He has to play another 20 moves to get another half an hour on the clock. This is not straightforward at all. This requires a lot of thought and a lot of analysis and a lot of calculation. So it's going to be tricky to see. It's going to be tricky to say the least for Carlsen to try and figure out exactly what's going on here. Can he actually play bishop to a4? Is this going to be okay? Is it acceptable to allow this pawn to drop off? Well, we'll see. We'll see what he decides. You look like Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne. How do I know that person? Well, I don't know him personally, but... Is that like a football player? Okay, if you're just joining us, welcome. Gukesh versus Carlsen. The matchup of the century. Okay, not quite, but it's a pretty awesome game. Gukesh, who's the 17-year-old prodigy, up-and-comer, who's going to be the next Anand, possibly. We're still waiting to see which of the young and bright Indian players are going to take Anand's place. But I don't think that people are like, oh, Anand, he's old, he's going to retire soon. It's crazy. That guy has been playing for a very, very long time. He has incredible longevity. So I don't think he's quite done with yet. But back to this game, I think this has the potential to be a real upset. If Gukesh wins this, I think Carlsen is not going to be happy because it will be another confirmation that there are some real contenders that are playing, and especially coming from India, that he can't just take these types of games for granted anymore. And I think he knows that, and that's why he has been playing very precisely and carefully. But I still think this game is not done and dusted. I don't think that it's over. I think Gukesh is going to continue fighting. He's going to keep trying to put pressure on Carlsen, put him under pressure in terms of the clock possibly. Even though it's only 11 minutes now, the difference between Carlsen and Gukesh, it still could be... It could become more of a factor as it gets closer to the end game. Because bear in mind, right now, Carlsen has a lot to calculate for. I mean, we were just looking at one particular line of bishop to a4. There are other moves here. You could play bishop takes, for example. That's also a move. Queen takes. And now queen to d3, centralizing the queen. So maybe this is the simpler way to proceed if you're playing with the white pieces from Carlsen's perspective. But he still has to calculate it. He still has to figure it out. The less risky way, or the more risky way actually, or it seems, would to play bishop to a4. Because giving up this pawn and saying, okay, I have compensation because of my activity of my pieces and the fact that the rook on a8 is kind of stuck in the corner because the bishop is over here. That's not the kind of concrete advantage that you want if you're Carlsen. A pawn is a pawn, and giving up a pawn so that you can have a slight positional edge, okay, that's fine. But if you misplay one small detail, then you go into an endgame, guess what? Your opponent's up a pawn, and that could mean that your opponent wins. So that's why I'm playing a move like bishop to a4 feels uncomfortable if you're Carlsen. He's a football player. Okay, I knew it. Let me see. Queen to b3. Okay, someone suggests queen to b3. Queen to b3, but now... Oh, wow, this is interesting. Knight takes d4. Okay, knight takes d4, knight takes, and now the knight is hanging on c5. This is actually very similar to a line that we saw earlier, removing the defender. The d pawn is doing an important role defending the knight on c5. It's being attacked twice, and it's being defended twice, so that's fine. But now if you remove one of the defenders, now it's only being defended once. And okay, yes, you're giving up your knight, but by removing one of those defenders, you are creating problems. So let's just show this possible line. And now the bishop and the queen are very, very active. And this knight is kind of in no man's land a little bit. It needs to decide where it's going to go. Knight to f3, it just needs to move back. And now, bishop to d7. Now finally the bishop can come out. And of course the knight is defending, so... And you can't take, by the way, because the queen just captures your queen. So this is why queen to b3 doesn't quite work. So yeah, you have to be careful here. Actually, come to think of it, there are probably a lot of moves that if you take your queen away from guarding the d4 pawn, that could be a problem. Then, yeah, so you do have to be careful here. Good morning from Washington. Hello, Denise. Great to have you. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far in Washington, D.C. One of these days, I would love to come and visit the United States of America. I can work on my accent. Man, USA, I have to say, I went from really not being particularly interested in traveling to the United States to now being really fascinated by the USA. Because over the years, I've seen some of the documentaries on like the national parks in the US. And then I've also grown like a little bit of a, I don't know, like a desire for a road trip to go and check things out. Wow. Okay, we've seen a move. I can put my road trip plans on hold. We have A4. What? A4. You know, I saw this for a second, but I just thought there's no ways you can play for A4. You can just immediately kick the bishop. What's the deal with A4? Carlsen plays A4. Don't think the engine's going to love this. And rook to D8. Rook to D8. But okay, so let's just, for the sake of argument, what happens if you just want to kick, you want to play A6? Oh, then you're immediately just forcing a trade. Yeah, so this is the thing that actually was nicely illustrated. This knight is quite dangerous right now because it's threatening to take and then have this kind of thing happen. You can't do it now because the queen is here and the knight's here. But if at any point you want to move the queen, maybe it's better just to get rid of the threat of knight takes d4 immediately. But a6 is not that threatening, or it's not that big of a deal. Rook to d8 though at once. And rook to d8 makes a lot of sense because now this isolated pawn, which, by the way, I said at the beginning, this isolated pawn could become a problem. Instead of just threatening the bishop, where the bishop can just exchange and then white has sort of gained a tempo, just leave the tension over here and just attack the pawn. So now you're attacking it 1 time, 2 times, and yes, you're defending it twice, but you're also, if you're black, you're attacking the knight on c5. And is there some kind of weird line? I'm just curious here. If you do something, oh wait, hold on. If you play rook and then you play this, now is this bad? Okay, no, it's actually fine. D takes, rook takes d1, and now c takes b. Wow. So this actually all comes out in the wash apparently. This is like an even trade. It looks more interesting than it is. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, so welcome. We've got 40 concurrent viewers. That's awesome. Thank you for joining the chat, joining the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. I'm going to put up another poll. And this poll is not to do with the game. This poll is to do with y'all. Okay, so start poll. Where are you from? Where are you from in the world? From. Okay, now, should I just put all of the different continents? Now I need to remember all of them. Or I can just put Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere. Let's do that. Or I can put Asia, America. Let's do that. That's a little bit more interesting. Okay, let's keep an eye on the game, guys. Let's not lose our focus here. Ah, we have it. Rook to D8 is on the board. Okay, so now I think Gukesh has something to fight for. He's got a target. And if this knight moves at any point, maybe takes isn't the move, because we saw that you can actually take with a d-pawn, and then you can carry on taking. And you actually don't want that if you're black. You want to keep pieces on the board and create confusion. Okay, America. Oh, wait. Should I say North America? North America, South America, South America. Add option. Europe. Australasia. Oh wait, no, I need more options. Can I only get 4? No! That sucks. How can I only get 4 options? I don't like that. Okay, Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere. Sorry guys, that's what it's gonna be. Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. Hemisphere. Where are y'all from? Go for it. I'd love to know. I'm in the Southern Hemisphere in beautiful Cape Town, South Africa. Let me know where you're from. Okay, we have one person. Northern Hemisphere. Let's see. We've got 6 votes, 4 votes, 6 votes. Someone is just having fun and is choosing each one. Northern Hemisphere is winning, guys. Not too many people from Australia. Not too many people from South America. A lot of Europeans, a lot of Americans. Maybe some folks from Asia. Okay, so you know what I'm quite excited about in this game? Even though the engine says that Carlsen has like a little tiny edge, there's only one way that he can realize that edge, and that's if he plays queen to e2. And this is not like the most, well, maybe it is not a bad move. So queen to e2 here serves a couple of purposes. Is that right now, wow, okay, actually maybe I'm wrong, because now it looks like this pawn is hanging, but apparently the engine thinks it's fine. Can you not take here? Huh, that's interesting. If you can't take, it's fine because of the fact that the queen is on e2. Maybe not. How is queen to e2 the best move? Gosh, that looks really odd to me. Okay, let's see what the engine says. Queen to e2. And now knight takes d4. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4. Rook takes d4. And now knight to b3. Knight to b3. Rook to e4. Wow, this is super messy. Rook takes e4. Knight takes e4. Bishop to c7. What is going on? Oh my gosh, is the bishop trapped? Oh, that is the most insane variation I think I've ever seen. Look at this, guys, look at this. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Flipping queen to e2. Yeah, right. I can tell you right now, there is no reality where Carlsen sees this. If he sees this, he is like a complete genius. I mean, this is terrifying. What? Are you kidding me? Queen to e2. Okay, let's go through this again. Queen to e2. Knight takes. Knight takes. Rook takes. Okay. Knight to b3. Rook to e4, and now the queen can take, because after takes queen to flippin' c7, and now you have to take on b5 because the queen is trapped. I mean, if ever you've seen a queen that doesn't look trapped but is trapped, this is it. Nope, 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 nope. Man, what a wild line. And the engine says this is equal. Oh my gosh, that is terrifying. Okay, I don't think this is gonna, there's any chance of this appearing on the board, because I don't think Carlsen ever, like the only time that you can play queen to e2 is if you see that, just that line that we just looked at, and then all of the other potential lines that deviate from this point of queen to e2. Man, this is tough to find. I don't think Carlsen's gonna find queen to e2. If he does, then, oh wait, let's see. We have a move. We have a move, hold on. Do we have a move? Yes, what was the last move? Oh, okay. Oh, he found queen to e2! No ways! Okay, alright. Alright, I give up. I give up at chess. How did Carlsen find queen to e2? What an insane move. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. I cannot believe he found queen to e2. That is utterly bonkers. Look at this. Okay, one more time. If you're just joining the stream. Queen to e2, yeah? Okay. But now this pawn looks like it's hanging. Knight takes, rook takes, knight to b3. Now if the rook comes to e4, you take with the queen. taking back, and now flipping bishop to c7, trapping the queen. I mean, that is incredible. That people say, oh, chess is boring. How is that not like incredibly beautiful? What an insane sequence. And it's still equal, but I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. What an incredible move. Magnus Carlsen, absolute genius. I mean, I think the idea here of playing queen to e2 and just sacrificing, even if your opponent doesn't take here, to be able to intuitively understand that this pawn seems like it's hanging, but it's not, is very difficult. It's really, really difficult. And especially when you're entering into a game where one pawn can mean like everything. You know, this isolated pawn has always been a target, and now you're finally just giving it up. It feels completely counterintuitive to allow your opponent to take on d4 if you're white. I mean, that is something else. What an incredible move. Good grief. That's nuts. Okay, 80, we've got 19 votes. Guys, where are you from? Northern Hemisphere? Southern Hemisphere? Let me know. I want to know. I do want to know. That does interest me, but this is also very, very interesting where this game is going. I'm absolutely fascinated. Absolutely fascinated right now. After queen to e2, things were kind of interesting, but now things are very interesting. We have some work to do in terms of analyzing what's up here. Okay, so we've looked at knight takes and some of the lines around knight takes. Here, a5 is, a5, black to play, is the move that's recommended by the engine. And now queen to c4. But I can tell you right now that Gukesh is not thinking about a5. I mean, it would shock me if, mind you, the last move, the last move really caught me off guard. I think Gukesh is going to spend at least, I mean, I would be shocked if he makes a move in like 5 minutes or even 10 minutes. This might be the point that he burns the clock all the way down to equalize with Carlsen on 27 minutes. I mean, this is absolutely nuts. Oops, misclick. 81% of people from the Northern Hemisphere. Wow, that is a lot. Let me know where you're from, guys. I'm from the Southern Hemisphere, from the beautiful land of South Africa. If you ever get the chance, you should come to Cape Town. Cape Town is incredibly beautiful, wonderful place to go and travel. You can go up Table Mountain, that looks like a table. You can go to 2 different oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, that's nuts. What other point on earth can you do that? That's pretty cool. Although technically they're not directly next to each other. You have to drive a little bit, but it's still pretty spectacular. And the weather's mostly beautiful. So I recommend coming here. Definitely do that if you get the opportunity. The only downside, of course, is that you have a like million-hour flight to get here because South Africa is pretty out of the way. It's not the most convenient place to travel to. I get that. But I'll tell you this, it's worth it if you get an opportunity to come here. All right, still waiting on Gukesh. Little bit of a reminder, just moments ago, the queen was on d1, and I said there's no way on earth that Carlsen finds queen to e2. Not going to happen. Queen to e2 is impossible to find. Let's look at this line of knight takes, rook takes, knight to b3, rook to e4, sacrificing the queen. What? Knight takes, and then bishop to c7, trapping the queen. The queen is all dressed up with nowhere to go. And I mean, it really is incredible to see this kind of line. And I can guarantee you now that Carlsen, before he played queen to e2, that he saw this. He saw this line that we just looked at. I mean, it's insane that he can see that far. And even considering a move like queen to e2. Because I wouldn't even be able to get past the first few moves with looking at queen to e2. Well, you're just immediately giving up a pawn. Why would you do that? Is that possible? Can you just give up the pawn? It just feels like these players are on another planet at this point. And I think this queen to e2 move, Carlsen has completely stalled Gukesh. And Gukesh is going to have to seriously think now, what is up with this? Is that d4 pawn? I can just take it? Can I not take it? What is going on? I want to see what other lines happen when you take on d5. Okay, queen to e2, knight takes on d5, knight takes. What are like the second moves? They're all losing. You have to follow this exact sequence of rook takes, in order to continue this line. Both players do. So it's almost not necessary. But, sheesh, it's just phenomenal. What an incredible move to find. Queen to e2. Beautiful. All right. Gukesh is still in the think tank, trying to figure out what to do. So what are you supposed to do here? Keep in mind that if you do take here, and you have takes, and you go through that whole thing, and you trap your opponent's queen, and Carlsen plays this move and is able to pick up his opponent's queen, it's still equal. So it would be depressing for Carlsen to find this. Well, actually, it doesn't make a difference. Carlsen finds this tactic, and if he can just get a draw, that's all that matters. Remember, Carlsen just needs to draw. So Gukesh has to avoid taking here if he can, because takes is going to lead to an equal position. He's not going to be up a pawn. So, yeah, this is really fascinating. Or he might be, but it's positionally equal. So it's very, very tricky here. Very tricky. Okay, so let's take a look. Do vote. I want to hear where in the world you guys are from. Northern Hemisphere or Southern Hemisphere. 32 votes. 78% of folks say they're from the Northern Hemisphere. Let's take a look at some of the comments. Considering you are from South Africa, do you watch cricket? Yes, I do watch cricket. South Africa have a very injured past when it comes to cricket. I remember as a boy watching the 1999 Cricket World Cup and being absolutely heartbroken when Alan Donald and Lance Klusener screwed up the winning runs. That broke my heart and every other South African. But we are all big cricket supporters here in South Africa, or most of us. And cricket looks fun, but sadly no one plays in Europe. Oh yeah, I guess it's not quite as big in Europe. Or, I mean, there probably are a handful of countries outside of England that are interested in cricket. But really big in Australia and India and South Africa and like a handful of other places. But New Zealand as well. They have had their moments in history, but our big sadness as South Africans is that we have yet to win the Cricket World Cup. But one of these days, when it happens, it's going to be delicious. Okay, so we're still waiting on Gukesh, and poor Gukesh is trying to figure out, is he going to take on d4? Can he take this pawn? Is it a free pawn or is it not a free pawn? Yeah. The other options, let's just look at the other options, even though they're a lot less interesting. A5, if you're Gukesh. And I think part of the idea here is if Carlsen plays queen to e2, he also sees some kind of advantage of cementing this bishop in place. And maybe the concern for Gukesh is that Carlsen's going to make progress, possibly with these 2 pawns. So after he plays e2, Carlsen has seen this crazy line. I'll go through it one more time if you're just joining us. But first, let me look at the other alternative. Is if you're Gukesh, is to play a5. And a5 does a couple of things in terms of clamping down on the queen side. Over here, these 2 pawns do have some potential in terms of pushing a5. For example, if the knight is not here. Now, okay, maybe not immediately, but you are threatening maybe at some point to push this A pawn and push this B pawn and try and get a little bit of momentum. Again, I don't think that's possible now, but maybe at some point. So it makes sense if you're black to push A5 and just clamp down any potential movement that these pawns on the A and B file have. And also, you are now threatening, and probably more importantly, of creating an outpost for the knights on b4. So this is kind of a multifunctional move, which they're always good if you can find moves that do 2 things in one move. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone is always a good idea. Oh yes, Pakistan. How can I forget? Pakistan play cricket. Afghanistan play cricket. India play cricket. Bangladesh play cricket. Lots of Asian countries. Okay, let's take a look at some more comments. I have friends that stay in the Western Cape. Oh, that's awesome. Arctic Magma says. Arctic Magma? Is there such a thing as Arctic Magma? There's a question. That'll keep me awake at night. Okay, so let me just quickly take a look at the board. Okay, we have a move. Gukesh has played rook to d5. After Carlsen played queen to e2, instead of taking, he plays rook to d5. Wow, what a move. Engine doesn't mind this. Give it a little bit of time to figure out. The threat that we were looking at after queen to e2 was this nuts line. Takes, excuse me, rook takes, knight to b3, rook to e4, queen takes rook on e4. What? Sacrificing the queen temporarily because you're going to get it back after this crazy move, bishop to c7. And now the queen is trapped. Nowhere to go. Okay, the queen can't go here. But the queen has no squares left. And this is like something that really you would never consider. And that's why if you go back in the stream, you will see how utterly shocked I am when Carlsen found queen to flip in e2. What an incredible move. Anyway, that's not what happened. Gukesh is not going to take the bait of taking this pawn. It looks like it's free, but it's going to cost you. That's what Carlsen says. So instead, he plays rook to d5. What is the point of rook to d5? Why not knight to d5? You're going to... It just feels a little unusual, I'd say. I think noticeably in this position, we have a lot of activity. Look at all these pieces next to each other. But we also have a real issue if you're playing with the black pieces, is that this rook, man, something needs to happen with this rook. The one downside of playing queen to b6 is that you prevent these pawns from coming out to create space for the bishop to play bishop to b7 so that the rook can enter into the equation. Right now, this bishop on g3 is still doing such a stellar job keeping an eye on the b8 square. Okay, we have another move. We have bishop takes c6. Wow, okay, bishop takes c6. So, bishop takes c6. There are two options here. You can take with a queen or you can take with a pawn. Both are completely fine, but the engine prefers queen takes c6. That kind of surprises me a little bit. I would expect that maybe pawn takes is okay for black, considering that, you know, you really want to give your bishop some chances of escaping. Even if you exchange off, you know, that's fine. You just want to try and get your rook into the game. But I think the engine sees further ahead that creating another isolated pawn intentionally is not that great. So maybe taking with the queen is the preferred option for the engine, saying that just be patient. If you're playing with the black pieces, it's not the end of the world. You don't have to try and rush this. You can play, you can move these pawns at some point. The only thing I would say about queen takes c6, which is why Gukesh might not play queen takes c6, is because you're just walking headlong into a discovery attack. And that feels uncomfortable. Because wherever the knight goes, you know, it feels a little bit dicey if you're black here. But this is also a very reasonable move because as scary as it looks on face value, the knight actually doesn't threaten to do all that much. You know, you want to pick up material and then reveal the discovery. It just doesn't work. So that's why actually Gukesh has seen that queen takes is perfectly reasonable here. So he goes for queen takes. Okay, smart move. So here queen takes c6. And now, after queen takes c6, you want to try and make this discovery attack on the queen count by moving the knight somewhere that it can do some damage. Of course, you can't take here because the queen can just take back and then, you know, you're just down material. This doesn't work at all. And the other option would be taking this way, but again, the queen can just take. You're not doing anything. So you have to move the knight to one of these squares. One of the squares that the queen can't pick up the knight. And really, none of these moves actually do anything. So, in fact, it's so unremarkable. The only move that the engine suggests is knight to e4. And that, you know, attacking the queen, okay, that's fine. But now queen to e8, the queen just shuffles back and maybe knight takes, bishop takes, and here black is going to continue his plan of eventually trying to flip and develop these two pieces and hopefully see if he can put some pressure on the isolated d pawn. that might be Gukesh's only way forward. So we'll see what happens. Let's move back to the game and see if we have any progress at all. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of the comments. What do you think Hao will win? Okay, who do I think will win? I'm hoping that Gukesh wins. I really want to see a deciding game tomorrow, but the way it stands right now, it's looking very even. I don't see how this game is going to play out. But the one thing I will say, and this is really going to become increasingly important, if you're just joining us, look at the clock. Carlsen, 22 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock. That is not all that much time. Bearing in mind, they need to play 17 more moves, 17 more accurate moves with 22 minutes on the clock to get the extra half an hour. This could be very tricky. That's like a minute a move. And if you look at the amount of time they've been taking a lot of time, like a lot of time. So yeah, it's, an oxymoron, Arctic magma. Yeah, that makes sense now. Typical asks, what's my rating? My rating is 250 elo. No, it's not. It's 2000 elo, but you know, it's a very weak 2000 elo. I'd say I probably average between like 1800 and 2000 on a good day. On a normal day, really. So right now I've taken a little bit of a break from playing rated games, but I also don't play like classical chess, and I don't play over the board much, mostly just online. So if I had like a FIDE rating, it would probably be quite a bit lower than that. But I enjoy chess, you know, it's fun. It's fun to watch, it's fun to play. And it's particularly fun when you can see what the engine thinks is best. I really enjoy that. Okay, so this is the position right now. Carlsen to play. And the engine is suggesting what? Bishop to h4. Okay, bishop to h4. Bishop to h4 is best, and now queen to e8. So the queen looks like it's coming back. One way or another, it seems like there's going to be some exchange on f6. Takes. And now knight to e4. But what about this pawn? Is this pawn not hanging? Takes. Rook f. Oh, you can't do that. But now what about this? Knight takes d4. Huh? Oh, this pawn's also hanging. So that's something to think about. To d8. Oh, this is very weird. Okay. Oh, there's definitely some problem here. Okay, knight to e4. And if you take here, then you could run into some serious problems because you're going to put pressure on the d file, and that might create some future issues. And you can't defend here. I'm trying to. Can't take. Oh, that's why I'm like figuring out what's the problem here. Okay, takes, and then there's this check. Is this a move? Yeah, this is a move. If you take, the queen's hanging. Ah, I see. Okay, so the reason why this pawn is not hanging is because of that line that I just looked at. I thought, oh, why didn't you just take the hanging pawn, the d4 pawn? But it's very, very tricky. And I think that line, I'll just play it again here. The pawn on d4 is being attacked twice by the rook and by the bishop. If you take, and then you take, rook takes d4, and now, what's the move? Rook f to d1. Yeah, I think the thing, even though it's equal, I think one of the problems here is that black is still stunted in development. And finally, with the bishop off this G diagonal, the G3 B8 diagonal, the rook can come to B8, it can escape, but it just feels really slow. Everything is like super slow for black, and you have to sort of equalize as quickly as possible and try and get your pieces out. But so that particular line was okay, but the one that I was looking at was takes after rook and then defending with the e5 pawn. This doesn't work because of takes, and then if you take back with the rook, or if you take back with the pawn, you're in serious trouble. Takes, yeah, and now the king can come and try and defend the queen, but then you're getting mated. So yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, so you have to be very careful here about picking up this pawn, even though you are attacking it a few times. Okay, let's get back to the game and see what's happening here. We have bishop to h4 as the suggested move from the engine. But look at this, look at the clock. Good grief. What is going on? Carlsen is down to 17 minutes. He's got 17 moves to play with 17 minutes on the clock. What? That is crazy. Okay, and this, I think, it has to be said right now, this is Gukesh's chance. It's not, he has to realize it has nothing to do with the position. He needs to make things as complicated as possible right now. Because if Carlsen gets down to like 5 minutes and he has to play 10 moves, and Gukesh starts just putting pressure on him, it's conceivable that Carlsen could make a big mistake and Gukesh could get the high ground. Pick up the win. Take it to a tiebreak tomorrow. Let's hope. All right, so in this position, the best possible move we were just looking at a moment ago, I was looking at this move, bishop to h4. Bishop to h4 with the intent of trading off. Not like that. Bishops don't move this way. That would be quite an epic move if you saw that in a over-the-board tournament. Is to pick up the knight on f6. So that's the idea. And that's what he should play. But there are quite a few options here for Carlsen. So just a moment ago, Gukesh played this move, queen takes c6. And we were talking about, yeah, it looks a little bit scary playing queen takes c6 because the rook is on c1. And it's eyeballing the queen. And you can do discoveries. But a big chunk of these discoveries just lose you material. In fact, the only way that you can continue with a discovery attack on the queen is if you move your knight back. And this is something that you see quite frequently with people when they start getting the idea of that they can make discovery attacks. Is they sometimes get it wrong. You play something like this and you're saying, well, I'm attacking the queen. But the queen can just take. Doesn't work. So those are moves that fortunately players like Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh D are not going to make. But Carlsen does have a bit of a decision here. The other option, and this is a completely legitimate move, is playing knight to e4, attacking the queen and also potentially going for the exchange. And this is a reasonable move. From Carlsen's perspective, get material off the board, try and equalize the position, get a draw. That might be the way for him to go forward. So a move like knight to e4 is perfectly reasonable because now you are forcing the fact that there is going to be an exchange here. Black has no choice. Black has to move. Probably the queen's going to come back to e8, and then you can just take. And bishop takes. And yeah, here in this position, we were saying, okay, well, black is now putting quite a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn. That's true. It's only been defended once. But there are some big problems about taking this immediately because of the fact that the queen and the rook are disconnected and this bishop is very poorly placed. So let's head back to the game, though. I think we have a move. Let's see. What do we have? We have b3. Carlsen plays b3. We did not look for one moment at b3. I can tell you that much. Let's back up. Okay, so we had queen takes and now b3. So b3. b3. That's very interesting. What exactly is the idea of b3? Oh, I see. I see. So maybe black is potentially threatening to take, and then the queen can take on a4. You don't want the queen to take on a4, so b3 seems completely fine. This is a great idea if you're new to chess, understanding removing the defender. For example, if it was white to play and white plays something else. I'm curious here though. Okay, if you play h3, you can take, and now is queen to a4 possible? Yeah, it is. But before this discovery that I spent so much time looking at, no, I didn't even think for one moment that the queen can just take over here. Knight to c3. Oh, of course, knight to c3 because of the fork. Flippin' knight to c3. Okay, so yeah. So this was the one line that you can't play takes because of the fork on c3. Attacking the rook and the queen at the same time. Yeah, so you have to watch out for that. So instead of this, which would have been a perfectly fine move because you don't have to exchange. But in this position, if you do play knight to e4, black is never going to take the pawn on a4. Okay. So anyway, just to really confirm that a4 pawn is not going to drop, Carlsen plays b3. Now it all makes sense. We understand. But yeah, this idea of removing the defender, for example, you play something like this. This just is not great because you can remove the defender and then pick up the pawn. The knight on c5 was defending the a4 pawn a moment ago. But if you don't play accurately, you can just give up that pawn. And remember, in a game like this, when both players are so strong, a pawn can be the difference between, and often is the difference between winning and losing. All right, so Carlsen plays b3, and now Gukesh. Gukesh is the one thinking. Carlsen down to 14 minutes, 17 moves for Carlsen. That is less than a move a minute in a classical game, and Gukesh has double the amount of time. Wow, this is going to be great. Okay, so let's wrap up the vote. Where are you from? End poll. We have some results. Let's take a look. 72% of folks from the Northern Hemisphere and 27% of people from the Southern Hemisphere. Welcome to all of you. I'm going to ask the same question I asked earlier, and let's see, what say ye? Who, not who will win, not who will win, who would you like to win? Oh wait, hold on. That's not the poll. Okay, so that's the question. I just typed it in now. Now I'm going to give you the poll. Who, we have a move. Would you like to win? Question. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 sec. Poll. There we go. Who would you like to win? Question mark. Carlsen. Gukesh. Gukesh. Add option. No, I'm not going to add option. You have to choose. Let's get rid of the options. Ask your community. Let's go. Okay, so we have a move. Back to the game. What's happening? What's happening? The rook comes back. Gosh. The rook comes back. Okay, we had a suggestion. Knight to e5. Knight to e5. Okay, let me go to the analysis and look at knight to e5. Knight to e5 does look like a very good move. Okay, Gukesh plays rook back to d8, and now if you play knight to d5, knight to e5, queen to d5, the queen can come right in the middle of the board. Also feels a little bit unpleasant. You're attacking this pawn though, and it's not being defended at all. But the queen has very limited squares right now. The queen can only move basically to d6 or take if you don't defend this this pawn. But you can defend it. You can play rook f to e1. I thought rook f to d1. What's wrong with this? Now b6. Ah, b6. That's problematic. Ooh, maybe that's even more problematic than it looks. C takes d3. What? Oh, sorry. Knight c to d3. Okay, so you just move back, but now you're giving up this pawn, it seems. Are you? No. This is a little bit risky, because if you take, there's also discoveries. Okay, but anyway, at any rate, the engine doesn't love rook to d1, which I find interesting. Okay, back to the game, though. Let's take a look if we have any updates on the game. So this is I think actually a pretty reasonable move if you're white. It is going to allow the Gukesh's queen to come to d5, and you're going to threaten this pawn. But there are ways to defend it. And also, I'm not sure if I really love if I'm Gukesh playing queen to d5. You might end up just saying, okay, I'm going to head back safety. But at this point, Gukesh really needs to start coming up with some ideas. How is he going to win this game? Because right now, even though the engine says that yes, Gukesh has like a little advantage, how? What exactly is he going to do? Okay, we've got some folks in the chats. Spyro, the Rook. He is spamming away. Okay, let's see. How are we doing? 61% of people think that Carlsen is going to win the game, and the remaining 39% think that Gukesh is the man of the hour. We will see. We will see. Guys, this is turning into a little bit of a time scramble. That's what's happening here. Look at the clock. What is going on? Carlsen, 12 and a half minutes. Flipping. What is going on here? This is madness. Absolute madness. Carlsen needs to figure this out, because right now, he's just taking way too much time. It's that simple. He needs to make a move, and fast. That is just the story. And, okay, so this is the thing that we were looking at, but the engine suggests bishop to h4. Again, still asking bishop to h4. Keeps saying bishop to h4. That's the move to go for. Play bishop to h4, please. So hopefully we can get something happening here. Bishop to h4 really would be the way to go, according to the engine. Rook f to e1 is also good. And yeah, we were looking at knight to e5. Knight to e5 is also a perfectly reasonable move, because it kind of puts Gukesh in a situation, even though it's not the best move. Here, Gukesh has to decide, is he going to risk it for the biscuit and play queen to d5? Putting his queen in a very vulnerable position. Remember, after you play queen to d5, before you had the escape route. And now, okay, yes, the queen is attacking d4, but the queen literally has 2 squares in this position. Conquer here, conquer here, conquer here, conquer here, conquer back the way it came, because the knight's guarding that square. It can only go here, and even if it goes back to d6, if you play something random, okay, say it goes back, okay, and it can't take the d4 pawn, hypothetically. If it moves back, this is like really bad, because now you can take on f7 and a discovery attack on the queen. So the only option here is that you know that the queen can take on d4. I don't think he's going to play queen to d5. So I'd actually think that considered, knight to e5 is perfectly fine, knowing that the queen is going to go back. If you're Carlsen, you'd be perfectly happy with that. The queen retreating, you're like, that's great. Look at all of Black's pieces. It's like they're completely undeveloped. And even though the engine says, okay, Black's actually fine here, practically speaking, you're really happy to play this if you're playing with the white pieces. Okay, Carlsen, 10 minutes! What is he doing? What is Carlsen doing 10 minutes? Dude, you have 16 moves to play. You have 30 seconds to play each move, and it could get infinitely more complicated. This is interesting. This might be Gukesh's way back. Oh my goodness. Mad. Absolutely mad. All right, where to see the live board? Here's the live board. You're looking at it right now. Here's the analysis board in blue. The live board is in yellow and brown/orange, depending on your... Did we have 2 moves? Oh, hold on. Nope. Yeah. Okay, so these are the last... Oh, goodness, you're right. I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit delayed. Okay, so we had... Hold on, this is super interesting. Carlsen played bishop to h4, and Gukesh did play queen to d5. Wow, brave. Gukesh, super brave. Okay, he's jumping in. I like to see this. Gukesh is not afraid. He's ready for a battle. And now Carlsen responds with rook to e1, which again was the engine's moves. The engine suggested move, excuse me. Wow, this is super interesting now. Okay, so I know it says that it's equal, but here, Gukesh has calculated very accurately that the queen can indeed come here. And for the time being, it's a little bit safer than it was a moment ago. Remember, a moment ago, we were calculating if Carlsen played knight to e5. And in that situation, having the queen come over here was more risky because this c6 square wasn't really available to move back through. And in fact, it's pretty uncomfortable generally having the queen on c6 because if things go the wrong way and this discovery becomes like maybe more dangerous than it is right now, then it could be quite dicey. So anyway, let's head back to the game. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Carlsen has played rook to e1, and let's just get this up on the analysis. Wait, that's not it. Okay, so we didn't have knight to e3, knight to e5. We had bishop to h4, and now queen to d5. And then rook to e1. Okay, so this is the board as it stands right now. Let's take a look at what the engine thinks is best here. b6. Oh, b6. Yeah, this is very, very intuitive here if you're playing with white pieces. Finally, right? We've been waiting for like flippin'... sorry, with the black pieces, I should say. We've been waiting for like 10, 15 moves so that we can finally make this bishop do something useful. And this is the perfect way of getting the bishop out and also getting rid of this pesky knight on c5. This knight was doing a great job preventing the bishop from moving because, of course, well, when the queen wasn't on this diagonal, it was threatening to take the b7 pawn. And now, because of b6, where does the knight go? Okay, so first the engine thinks that there needs to be a trade. After takes, bishop takes, and then knight to e4. You're threatening to take, and this is a consideration, I think. But you know what? The engine doesn't care. The engine doesn't care about the double pawns. Engine just wants to develop the bishop. b7, and now if you take, g takes, and now queen to d2, trying to get the queen to come in and infiltrate and form some kind of attack. But guess what? Black is doing perfectly fine because black has a very old, like the first mating pattern that you learn when you're playing check, right? Bishop and a queen. Okay, except for maybe back rank mates. This is like the first idea that you learn of checkmating on g2. And Carlsen has to be quite careful about this threat because at some point, if there's more pressure on the g file, for example, if the king moves across to h8 and the rook comes along, then, wow, now we're in business. You know, Carlsen's not going to blunder mate in one and accidentally move his knight somewhere. Well, I guess there are no crazy moves that you could play because you could play knight to h4 and that would defend the mate. But you can gradually, if you're Gukesh, try and put pressure on the g file and then start really trying to make this whole attack come together. Okay, so back to the game. What's going on? Oh, we have the move. We have the move. Okay, we have b6. Sorry, guys, I'll be a little bit more switched on. But I was, to be fair, analyzing this exact thing. We have b6 and now knight to e4. Fantastic. Okay, so this is exactly what's going on. Gukesh is threatening to play bishop to b7. And it's slightly different now because we haven't had the exchange. So the line that we just looked at a moment ago included bishop takes on f6. And this doesn't have bishop takes on f6 yet. So Carlsen goes for this move over here. And now Gukesh needs to decide. What's he going to do? Okay, there's a couple of things to calculate here. But again, Carlsen's just got 10 minutes on the clock. Even Gukesh is running out of time. They're on move 26. They need to get to move 40. Man. And Carlsen in particular needs to play 14 moves in 10 minutes. Earlier I was saying it was 1 minute move. Now it's less. He has to really trust that Gukesh is not going to blitz out any moves at this point. If you're Gukesh, you want to be playing good moves. They don't have to be incredible. They have to be solid, sound moves. But you want to try and really throw some complications in there if possible. Sound complications. But okay, so let's take a look at what should happen next. Bishop to b7 is still the top recommended move. Knight takes with check. G takes. Wow. Yeah, the engine actually, and this is so instructive here, is that usually in these types of situations, right? It's not the opening. During the opening, when you're developing your pieces, you want to avoid double pawns because poor pawn structures can result in you losing the game in an endgame. If all the pieces get traded off and you have two isolated doubled pawns, that's not good. But here, because the queen is still on the board, because both sides have real attacking prospects, and specifically because black has attacking prospects, the engine actually thinks, you know what, I don't care about double pawns anymore. I'm going to just play bishop to b7, and if you want to take, I'm not even going to take with the bishop and keep my nice pawn structure in front of my king. I'm going to take immediately with a g-pawn because of that idea that I mentioned earlier of the king shuffling over, and now with the rook on g8, there is so much firepower heading towards the g2 square that this is really unpleasant if you're playing with the white pieces. And maybe, just maybe, this is Gukesh's route forward. This might be the way for Gukesh. Will he go for bishop to b7 immediately? Let's hope so. If he plays, he plays bishop to b7. Yes, yes, guys, we've got a game on our hands. Carlsen's gonna have to be very careful here. Oof, this is very interesting. This is a fascinating game that we've got going here. Wow. I mean, look at this. This is very sharp. And also there's some lines where white is able to get an attack going because, of course, remember, by doubling your pawns, you are creating some vulnerabilities for black's king. And white may be able to exploit that too. So time will tell. But man, we have got a real game on our hands here. I think now Carlsen might be hesitant, even though the top two moves are still takes. The top two engine moves. This is where it gets very tricky. The top two engine moves in this position after bishop to b7 involve taking either with a knight or with a bishop. And I think the engine sees, okay, yes, you can double the pawns and you can play rook to g8 after you've moved the king to h8. But it's not going to matter. I can defend that. It's not as bad as it looks. But in practical terms, if you're a human, scary. Flippin' scary. Having the rook coming over, having all of this heat on the g-file, oof. Who knows? So maybe Magnus, earlier I said he was not able, there's no ways that he could find queen to e2. He found it. So maybe Magnus sees ahead and he's able to calculate all of these lines of takes. And he's like, that's not a problem. I can defend. So we'll see. Okay, questions. Where is your cat? Claude. Wow. Yeah, Claude's not here. Sorry, guys. I missed the cat too. He was here at the beginning of the stream. If you wind back to the very beginning of the stream, you will see Claudicus Maximus. Love that cat. Legendary cat. Guys, thank you for watching. 97 concurrent viewers. That's wonderful. Let's see if we can get to 100. I mean, those of you who are here can't do anything about getting to 100, but I appreciate you watching. Do consider smashing the like and hitting the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Yesterday, I got 80 subscribers and 180 likes on the video. I was so stoked. Let's see if we can break that record today. Hit that like button. Do the subscribe thing. Do all that good stuff. Meanwhile, I will head back to the game and we will see. It is Carlsen to move. Still waiting on what Carlsen will do. Will he take with the knight? Will he take with the bishop? Man, he takes with the bishop. He's running out of time. Is Gukesh going to find the not crushing. I mean, it's not even really that great of a move, but it helps him to have some fighting chances if he can take with the g-pawn. It's scary though, but taking with the g-pawn is definitely an option. Okay, g takes, f. Did the cat just come in? Claude. Yes. That was the cat. He knows how to use the door handle. No, he doesn't. Claude. Hey, kitty. Hello. Hey, pumpkin. Do you want to say hi to all of the awesome people at home? There's 100 people. that are going to come and say hi to you. Hello. There's Claude, little ginger boy. Shame, I don't want him to be uncomfortable. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, Claudie. Man, do you think that Gukesh is going to find G takes F? Hey? Hello, Pumpkin. Say hello to all the people at home. We've got 102 people watching you, Claude. You're famous. He's not stoked. He's like, dude, what are you doing? Leave me alone. Feed me. I think he ate already. Man, I am continually amazed. This cat is like a flippin' tree. It's just like molting hair non-stop. Okay, do we have a move? Oh, he takes with the bishop. No! I was really hoping he was going to take with a G-pawn. No! And here's the thing about taking with the bishop is just that Magnus doesn't have to take with the knight. So, yeah, he can, but Magnus would probably feel a little bit uncomfortable taking with the knight. Because here, okay, let's just back up a sec. Okay, we have bishop to b7. What? Okay, so what's the deal here? Takes. And now Magnus might... Okay, actually the best move is to take with the knight, but Magnus might not be thrilled with this idea. After takes, and then what's the best move? Queen to d2, defending the d4 pawn. King to g7. King to g7. That's a suggested move. What? That is terrifying. I would never play king to g7. I was thinking about this. But now queen to f4. Attacking this pawn. Okay, so maybe this is the deal. This is the deal with taking. Is that after the queen comes to f4, attacking this pawn, you don't have the time to play rook to g8. That's irritating. Now you have to play queen to f5. Oh, gross. That is miserable. Queen to f5, and now takes, and you have tripled isolated pawns. And it's still equal, but this just does nothing for you. Okay, so maybe Gukesh is quite sensible to see this, but I think that considered, Carlsen might take. I didn't calculate far enough to see exactly the problem with this. I just assumed that you could move the king across and that you could bring the rook to g8 and that you'd have a decent attack with all of this firepower, but actually it can be neutralized quite quickly by playing queen to d2 and then queen to f4. And then this pawn is hanging and it just becomes messy. Carlsen, though, that said, I mean, he is right down to the wire now. 7 minutes to play 12 moves. Wow. Madness. Okay, this is very close, guys. This is going to be a great finish. I'm hoping that Gukesh is going to find some way of eking out an advantage. It should be noted here that although the position is equal, if anyone has an advantage... Come, Claude. If anyone has an advantage, it is... Come here. Sorry, my cat is distracting me. Hello. If anyone has an advantage, it's Gukesh here. So that's something. All right, how are we looking? The polls think 65% of people say they want, at least, Carlsen to win. And the remainder want Gukesh to win. Who will win? We will soon see. All right, back to the game. Still waiting on Carlsen to move. Will Carlsen take on f6? Find out on the next episode. No. Hey, he does. And we have takes. Okay, it is the next episode. Claude? Wow. All right, so now... Okay, so Carlsen plays, instead of queen to d2, he plays queen to e3. But it's the same idea. Defending the pawn and then also threatening to come to f4. It's almost exactly the same. Is there any real difference? I wonder. Let's see. Okay, takes, and now queen to f4. It's got to be the same. Okay, now queen to f5 first. And now I guess you're preventing it, so that's something. Hey, black still does have an edge here. This is interesting. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. Oh, Mittens. Yeah, that's true, actually. Hey, Claude, you look a little bit like Mittens. Can you play chess? I don't think so. Thanks a lot. Bro, no Magnus video. Okay, let's see. Oh, there is a video. That's Magnus there in the video. That's in the shot. That's what we're looking at right now. Okay, he took the pawn with the bishop, takes with the pawn, but a bit of a scary move. Who's your favorite chess player? Oh, that's a good question. Who is my favorite chess player? You know, like, I really like, not the players that are the best, but I like the old players. I like Bobby Fischer. But you know who I really like? Not so much for his chess games, but just for his personality. I'm a huge David Howell fan. That guy might be the nicest guy in chess. I could watch his commentary for days. He is such a legend. I really enjoy him. So I like his analysis, and yeah, just his take on chess is pretty interesting. But in terms of players, I would say give me a chance to think. Okay, so we have queen to e3. You know what would be... Oh no, we've already got... Oh, okay, so here I think the idea was that queen comes to f5, preventing the queen infiltrating and attacking the square. Yeah, so that's the important move that he needs to find. But here it says it's an inaccuracy now. Now rook to a to c8 is better. Huh. Now that the engine's had a little bit of time to think. So, let's see. How does this work? Rook a to c8. Okay, now the two rooks are kind of fighting each other for the control of the c file. And then queen to f4. Oh wait, what am I doing? Queen to f4 over here. Yeah. But this feels uncomfortable because now... Oh, but now... Oh my goodness, that is insane. King to g7. This king to g7 move keeps cropping up. What? Queen to g3 check. And then king to h8. Okay, hold on. We've had some activity. We've had the exact engine move. Rook to c8. Okay, so we have this situation on the board right now. Rook to c8, not queen to d2. Rook to c8. Oh wait, hold on. It's takes. Oh yeah, Carlsen didn't play that. Sorry, Carlsen played queen to e3, and now rook to c8. Okay, I'm just updating the analysis board. And yeah, now there are a couple of decisions to make. You can take on c8 if you're Carlsen. 5 minutes on the clock, guys. Sheesh, I keep missing the fact that he has like 10 moves he has to play. 30 seconds a move in a classical game. That is very little. And Gukesh is much better placed for time. So it's very possible that in the next 10 moves, we see something dramatic happen. It's completely possible. My favorite player is Frank. Filthy Frank, Nith Chi says. Filthy Frank, that's hilarious. I actually have listened to that guy's music. It's very good. Joji, I think his name is. It's pretty impressive stuff. Oh, Frank. Oh, I know. Frank, that guy who streams. And he's not very good, but he's extremely entertaining. I like that guy too. He's hilarious. Okay. Now, the question is, what will happen next? Let's see. I think if I'm Carlsen, you might be tempted just to exchange. This is like the fastest way to simplify. So, takes, rook takes, and now queen to f4. Now you can play queen to f4, but now king to g7, queen, check, king comes to h8. Okay, so the king does eventually get to h8, which was a part of my original analysis. I just missed the fact that the king could actually come and protect the f6 square, which is quite a scary looking move. Okay, we have another move. We have h3. Wow. h3. Okay, guys, I think it's happening. I think Gukesh is doing what Magnus did yesterday. There's a little bit of a sliver in the door. There's a little bit of a chance. Is Gukesh going to be able to open the door and make that advantage enormous? He needs to find queen to f5 right now. If he can play queen to f5, apparently the engine thinks that this is good. And let's see, queen, knight to d2. Okay, this is deviated dramatically from a lot of the lines that we've looked at. And that is great for Gukesh. If he can play queen to f5, a lot of the lines that follow are not moves that would have been explored in previous lines from Carlsen's perspective. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to play a good move that requires a whole new dimension of thought that hadn't been considered yet. This opens up a whole bunch of different variations. So now, knight to d2 is possible. Because remember, you couldn't play knight to d2 before because, of course, the mating threat. No, the mating threat on g2. And now, queen to d5. Queen back to d5. Knight to f3. Okay, maybe we have a little bit of a repetition here. King to g7. Okay, so maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I was just thinking that this created some new possibilities. But nonetheless, there are a lot more opportunities here in this position for black to create an advantage. And there are a lot of opportunities for white to screw up here. So it'll be really interesting if he can find this move of queen to f5 and start putting a little bit of pressure. And also here it's kind of interesting because he is sort of threatening, just taking. Takes. And now Carlsen is the one with the terrible pawn structure. So I think this is a really critical moment for Gukesh. Queen to f5. This looks great. Can he find queen to f5? I'm just curious here. Queen to f5. Okay, we need to go back to the analysis board. Oh wait, we've got to move. Let's ignore the analysis. He finds it! He finds queen to f5. Right. Now. Okay, we've got 0.6 of a pawn in favor of Gukesh. He's 19 minutes up on the clock. Magnus is on the back foot. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to play 9 moves. Oh my goodness. What is going on? This game is super exciting. I am so happy that we're going to get at least a competitive finish here. Okay, it's still possible that Gukesh could make a mistake, but this is really exactly the opposite of what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, Carlsen was putting the pressure on and Gukesh was on the back foot. Now it's the other way around. Yesterday, Carlsen was the one taking that tiny little advantage, making the advantage into something bigger. And now it's Gukesh. Okay, we have Carlsen playing knight to h2. Goodness me, what kind of move is that? Not in the suggestions at all from the engine. Wow, knight to h2. Okay, so just a moment ago, it's important to remember moving this knight at all was not an option unless you're going to play knight to h4 because the queen was on d5 and threatening checkmates on g2. So now, obviously, that threat is no longer relevant. The knight moves back and Carlsen is moving quickly, so we'll give him credit there. But he has to, it's necessity. So he plays knight to h2. And let's get this set up on the analysis board because, I mean, there have been so many quick moves here that we've actually missed out a lot of what's happened. Okay, I think it was this. Queen to f5. Wait, there was something else in between. It was rook to c8 first. And then Carlsen played h3 and then... Okay, cool. Hold on. Let's just back up. Okay, now we're here. So this is the game as it stands right now. And now if you're in this position, Gukesh has a number of options that are all good. And that's a good thing. If you have several moves that are all improve your position, that means the player is more likely to find one of those moves at least. Queen to g5, the engine really likes here. Queen to g5 and offering an exchange. And if you take. Now look at this position. Let's take a look. Okay, so yes, there's this pawn is very, very weak. And you can count up the pawns though. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're equal. However, there is a critical difference in this position. And that is that this isolated pawn on d4 is not ideal for white. And also the fact that this bishop is actually really strong right now. And you can't close off the bishop at all because that's just not possible right now. So this might be the best approach is to say, okay, I have a slight edge. I'm going to go into an endgame. I'm going to see if I can win this endgame with my edge, playing with the black pieces. Still doesn't feel great trading off queens because, okay, you're going into an endgame with the best player of endgames ever, apparently. So that doesn't feel great. Exchanging queens might be not high on your list of move options. But what else? What else here? So after Carlsen's played knight to h2, king to g7 is also a move, and that is another very counterintuitive move. Similarly, because here now knight to f1. Oh goodness me, this knight is trying to maneuver around and start attacking. But I feel like even though this is an engine move, you know, bringing the king out to g2, you want to try and see if you can eventually get a rook to g8 maybe. And, you know, there's all this pressure still on the g2 square. Even though the queen earlier was on d5, it's moved across. Now, you can still find ways of putting pressure on g2. And one such way is bringing the king out so that you can develop the rook this way. So, but still, it feels weird. I don't know. I don't understand why you can't play this move, king to h8. Like, what's wrong with king to h8? Okay, let's head back to the game. We've got a move. I'd much prefer to see the moves on the board. We have knight to h4. And now, g8. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's back up. So, we have this exchange, and now knight to h4, and then king to g7. Oh my goodness. This is so interesting. And this is great. Did you see how quickly Gukesh played king to g7? He's like, what? You're going to play 7 moves in 3 minutes? Good luck. That's what he's saying to Magnus Carlsen. This is super interesting. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at some of the comments before we continue. Is knight to h4 a move? Knight to h4, yes. It looked like it was a move a moment ago, but not now. Knight to g4. Oh, you said knight to g4. Hey, knight to g4 is the move on the board. Well done. You predicted it. If Magnus out if he loses? No. Magnus is not out if he loses. If he loses, what will happen is tomorrow there will be a tiebreak. I think it's tomorrow. You can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But I think tomorrow there is a tiebreaker, which will be the decider. This is still in Gukesh's favor. Not easy to play if you're Magnus. You have to think, and that's exactly what he's doing. 2.5 minutes on the clock. 2.5 minutes, guys, to play 7 moves. Oh my goodness. This is not a blitz game. This is a classical game. Wow. Kitty, do you want to come watch the end of the chess? Come here. All right. This is really interesting. So let's take a look at exactly how Carlsen is going to respond. We have a move. Did he play? A5. Oh my goodness. A5. Guys, A5 is on the board. Wow. A5. And now, H5 is the suggestion from the engine. Kicking away this knight. Knight needs to go back home. And this is kind of scary now. Okay, you have to exchange. Obviously, you can't move this knight back because you're threatening mate in 1. So the knight has to... Before the knight moves, you're going to have to exchange. So I think we're going to see a forced exchange if Gukesh immediately plays h5. Come here, kitty. Wow. Okay. Vidit's eliminated. No ways. What? That's insane. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Let's see if Gukesh can fight for the Indians. Carlsen played a5. And here, if Gukesh can find this h5 move, this is supposed to be very good for him. After takes, f takes, knight to e5. And here, b takes a5. Okay, and now this pawn... okay, you've got doubled pawns, but how are you going to sort of get this pawn back? All right, it's still pretty close. It's still pretty even, but it's really interesting here. Really, really interesting. And it could be decisive. We could have a decisive result here. It's possible. But I think it's quite important that Gukesh keeps the pressure down. This is really, really important. You know what's interesting is that a5 wasn't recommended by the engine, and Carlsen found it, and then eventually, after a little bit of time, the engine clicked that a5 is actually a completely fine move. What I find really interesting here, and you have to be very careful, is you might say, okay, well, it's hanging. I'm not going to take with a pawn. I'm going to take with a queen. But now, disaster, because of check. and king to h8, and now after the knight takes, oh, it's not there actually. Where is it? Oh, queen takes first, okay. And king to g8, and then knight to h6 check, and then mate. So that is not an option. That pawn looks like it's hanging, but of course you can take with the b pawn, but you definitely can't take with the queen. So that's why there are a lot of incentives for black to try and force this exchange, and the one way to do that would be to play h4. Remember h5, excuse me. Remember, after you play h5, now the knight really can't go anywhere. It's completely frozen. If you move the knight, you're screwed because you're just getting mated. So the only way to avoid that is to trade first, takes, and then play knight to e5. So yeah, this isn't all that complicated, but I think Gukesh, because he has this extra time advantage, he might well take a little bit extra time here to ensure that he has exactly the right path forward. Kitty, come here, kitty. Claudical, say hi to all the nice people at home. You don't want to go downstairs. Hey? Yes. Okay, Claude's going to come say hi, and then he's going to escape. Here we go. Say hello to all the cool people at home. Guys, smash the like button for Claude. Claude spelled with an apostrophe, C-L-A-W apostrophe D. Hey, hello pumpkin. Oh man, he's such a cutie pie. And you know, he's as interested in the chess as we are. I like to think so. But his feline brain operates on a different level to us. So he's already seen how this game ends. Hey, Claude? You already know. He's not even interested in the game. He's already calculated mates in 20. Oh my gosh. If only. Okay, next. Let's see. There's a woman behind you. Oh my gosh. Where? Gosh. That must be my mother, if she just appeared randomly. Okay, I'm going to have to let Claude out. But first, was there a move? Did I miss the move? No. Still waiting. Still waiting on the will to change. Will Gukesh find h5? h5. That forces the queens off. It doesn't look like it forces the queens off, but remember, you can't move the knight, otherwise mate on g2. So first you have to get the queens off before you move the knight. So if Gukesh can play h5, then we've got a real game on our hands, and it'll be quite a exciting finish, I think. Other options include queen takes g3. Oh, queen takes g3, I already calculated. h4. h5. Oh, wait, no, I didn't calculate queen takes... What? Queen takes e3. Oh, okay, yeah, just trading off queens this way. Okay, so that's an option, but that seems, I don't know, a little bit unnecessary. Knight takes... Huh. Okay, maybe that works, but now this pawn is hanging. Is this pawn not hanging? Rook takes d4, yeah. Okay, so let me quickly let Claude escape, and then we will come back to the game. No moves on the board so far. Gukesh is taking his sweet time to think about what to do next. Okay, Claude, let's go. Come, Claude. Do you want to go? Come here. Come here. Bye, everyone. Wow. Okay. Out you go. Hey, little pumpkin. Okay, out you go. All right, back into the fray, back into the game. This is like the thing about this cat. You let him out, and then what happens? He immediately starts meowing at the door. Flap. Man, they really are a law unto themselves. Okay, still waiting on Gukesh, but remember, Magnus has 2.5 minutes to make 7 moves. Crazy. That is a lot. And there's quite a lot to think about in a position like this. So really, if anything happens outside of the expected moves, and that's why Gukesh, if he can find some surprise here, Carlsen will be in a lot of trouble. It's that simple. A lot of the moves that we've been calculating are like kind of expected, but if he can find something that's like a shocker that really Carlsen's like, what? And now he has to calculate like significant lines, then that could really help, provided that, you know, the new move isn't too crazy and it's not super dubious. So that's the plan if you're Gukesh. Try and find something that's going to surprise Carlsen. That's the plan. All right, let's see. He took the cat away. No! All right, Vidit eliminated. Gukesh timer just resets. What? Really? Yesterday was unable to find a move. Say bye-bye to the pussycats. Yeah, cat's gone. So sad. All right, back to the game. Let's do a little bit more analysis. Let's see what other interesting moves we can find. We were looking at h4. What is the one move we haven't looked at is bishop to d5. Bishop to d5 is a move. And this is kind of like a simple, you know, you're just attacking the pawn on b3, but it's also great to have the bishop as central as it is right now. It's a good place for the bishop to be. And after rook takes c8, rook takes, now a takes b, a takes b, excuse me, and a takes b. And now, yeah, things are more or less equal. And you can play queen to d3. Queen to d3. Oh yeah, this pawn is not loose because the queen's here, but maybe at some point. So king to g7, a5, but still the engine really loves h5. But now we have a move. Okay, we have an exchange. Gukesh takes. Oh, I don't like this move that much. It's just a little bit, okay, you don't want to take with the pawn, you want to take with the knight. It's just a little bit like predictable and the opposite of putting pressure on your opponent. So, yeah. I mean, it's easier to say that now. I'm looking at the engine, I have all of the best moves, but it's very hard to see that if you're playing in his position. But it's like also frustrating because you have to win. So at some point, Gukesh is going to see that like he will have to find something that is going to be give him at least a chance of attacking. And right now he has like a tiny little edge, but he needs to find something really special to make it count moving into the endgame. So he has two options here. He can take with the pawn, which I actually initially thought was pretty good. You know, you're connecting both of these pawns. But the other option, and the better option according to the engine, is knight takes on e3, which is exactly what Carlsen's played. Of course Carlsen found the best move. Knight takes on e3 is best. Now, what happens if the rook takes over here? Oh. No, rook takes on c8. And now, rook to c1. Okay, so the problem with taking this d-pawn is that you're allowing... Well, firstly, you're attacking the bishop. And when the bishop moves to like d7, for example, you can play rook to c7. Yeah, so you're infiltrating this 7th rank. And that is really not something that you want to have happen if you're playing with the black pieces, even if it means that you can pick up the pawn on d4. So, yeah, this pawn looks like it's hanging. If I was playing a blitz game, I would totally play f takes with e, protecting the pawn. But obviously, playing with the knight and just allowing the pawn to hang because of the fact that you have this idea is apparently the way to go. And this is where Carlsen, I mean, he's down to 2 minutes. And Gukesh, by the way, is also down on the clock. He's down to 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I mean, that is super, super tight. All right, let's take a look at the comments. Is a bishop better than a knight? That's a good question. There's quite a bit of argument about that. I think there's a video of Carlsen saying that a bishop is slightly better by like a few fractions of a pawn. I'm not sure about that though. Magnus is not the one in danger. He is the danger. Ah, classic. Breaking Bad. I enjoy that reference. Magnus resigned, Helen Shanty said. Just kidding. Lol. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think it would be easy to fool us looking at the board. Not quite the position that Magnus would resign yet. But maybe we'll see it later. Do you think Magnus will resign? Okay, let's take a look at this poll. 152 votes. Who do you want to win? Carlsen, has 66% of the votes. Gukesh has 34% of the votes. We have a fair amount of people thinking that Carlsen is still going to take this, despite the fact that Carlsen is not ahead according to the engine. That's for sure. So we'll see how much that poll changes as we head towards the end of the game. Very interesting. And let's continue with our analysis from Gukesh's perspective. So we've got takes, Magnus takes with the knight, and we have rook takes. Oh, wow. Rook takes. Okay, this is immediately on the board. Rook takes and rook takes, and bishop takes. Gosh. In a flash, guys. In an absolute flash. We've had takes, takes, and now you really expect this move. Rook to c1. Carlsen finds it. Rook to c1. And now, wherever the bishop goes, the rook is infiltrating onto the 7th rank, and could be very, very dangerous here. Picking up this pawn, and you've gotten quite a bit of activity by giving up this pawn. And I think at this point, Carlsen is just acting on instinct. Yes, Gukesh is up a pawn for the time being, but Carlsen is the player with more activity. The other thing is that this knight is doing a great job of preventing Gukesh from infiltrating. So if we look over here at the position, right, after rook to c7, Gukesh would love to be able to infiltrate as well and throw in a check, but he can't do that because the knight is guarding the d1 square. Maybe you can play something like rook to d3, trying to pick off this pawn. But first you have to deal with the fact that the bishop's hanging right now. So we have exactly what we were expecting to have. Okay, now a few super fast moves. What's going on? What? Okay, guys. This is going at a rapid rate. We have very quickly found our way to the 40 move mark. And now, there's just been an absolute flurry of moves. And although Gukesh is up a pawn, look, he's got 4 pawns. How is he going to make it count? His pieces are a little bit disjointed. His knights and his rook are a little bit disjointed. And this pawn, according to the engine, does not count for all that much right now. And it does make sense if you think about it. The extra pawn is a doubled extra pawn, and it is completely possible that Carlsen can neutralize any threats that might come from the extra pawn. So let's quickly update what the heck's going on here. I think it was takes, rook takes, and then bishop takes, and now rook to a5. I think this is the position. Yeah. Okay, wow, that was super quick. Now, suddenly, out of nowhere, we are in move 40. Both players get an extra half an hour. And that is pretty incredible considering how little time Carlsen actually had to play the last 12 moves. I think it was crazy. It was like 7 minutes or 6 minutes he had to play 12 moves, and he just blitzed them out. And now Gukesh still has a little bit of an edge. He's up a pawn, but he's playing against Magnus Carlsen. And having an extra pawn is better than not having an extra pawn, but you're still playing Magnus Carlsen. So we have rook to a5, and now white to move. White has moved. Now it's black to move. Gukesh to move with the black pieces. And Gukesh is thinking, bishop to c6. Yeah, okay, so bishop to c6, and then maybe at some point trying to put pressure on the g2 square. If you can reroute the knight, it's an option. Engine likes bishop to c6. So, what else do we have here? Bishop to c6 or bishop to d7 is also a move. Although the bishop seems less active here. So maybe bishop to c6 would be better. But yeah, it's tricky. It's very tricky. All right, it's an endgame. Knight is better than a bishop. Yeah, we'll see. Knight is better than a bishop in an endgame, so they say. The engine seems to think that this is really much of a muchness. I mean, that said, Gukesh still is up a little bit of time, which is not going to matter in a moment because they're going to get an extra half an hour. However, he has an extra pawn. And you still have to defend really well here if you're Carlsen. An extra pawn is an extra pawn. And I think there are a number of ways that this pawn could become very threatening in the near future. Okay, so let's take a look. What else? What? We also have this move. I didn't see this. King to g6. Gosh. King to g6 is a move. And exactly what we saw in yesterday's game. The king played an absolutely pivotal role for Carlsen to win the game, you know? And it could be the case here that if we see this king start marching into the battlefield, maybe this is the way forward for Gukesh too, is to make this piece count and to use it like you would a bishop or a knight. But of course, with the king, you have to take extra care because the king is the whole point of the game is to make sure that your king is defended and that you're attacking your opponent's king. So bringing it out into the open might feel a little bit uncomfortable from Gukesh's perspective. Very interesting. Guys, 137 people watching. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Earlier, there was a cat. The cat is no longer here. I'm sorry to say that. If you rewind the stream a little bit, you'll be able to see Claude. But Claude is gone, probably to go and catch some mice or eat some food. We are waiting here for the next move. Do we have a move? Oh, we do have a move. Yes! Hey! Look at that. I called it. Flippin' king to g6. The king is marching into the battlefield. And now the question is, can the king help Gukesh convert this extra pawn into the win? That is the question. All right, now this is really interesting. There's only one move that Carlsen can play here that keeps him more or less equal. G4. G4 is the move that prevents too much happening in terms of these pawns busting through. Although I'm kind of tempted here. I can't do that, of course, because the rook is on a5. So yeah, you have to be careful. Otherwise, h5 might be a move to try and prise open the position, but you can't quite do that yet, because if you play h5, you're just losing a pawn. Even here, the engine doesn't hate it, which I find interesting. So there could be a lot to this position after Gukesh has said, okay, I've waited the whole game to see if I can get an edge. Now is the time. I'm going to bring my king into the game, and I'm going to use my king to try and convert one of these pawns. Make promotion happen. Let's see. This is my chance. And it's still, again, very, very small margins here. It's a very small edge that he has, but it is something, and he needs to try and really make it count. Magnus needs to find g4, though. g4 is pretty important here, according to the engine. It's still quite... Oh, no. That's not good. No! Guys, I just lost the game. That's so sad. That's really sad. Okay, just give me 1 sec, and I'm gonna have to try and see if I can fix this game. Okay, you know what we can do for now is we can just stick to the analysis on the board, and then I'll get rid of this analysis. Otherwise, it's gonna take me too long to pull it up again. Okay, let's just stick to... Oh wait, hold on. Let's stick to this board. What am I doing? Ah, there we go. Okay. So, yeah. So, looking at the game, I don't understand why the clocks have not reset. Firstly, Carlsen to play, it's move 41. Why do they not have an extra half an hour? Could someone explain? I don't understand this. Maybe it's just me. Am I the only one? I'm going to quickly get rid of this because this is no longer relevant. Okay, but back to the game here. So... I'll use this board for the analysis just to show you what will happen when I start making random moves that aren't on the board. You'll see the board change color. So here, the best recommendation from the engine is to play g4. And then we have bishop to c6. And now knight to g2. Okay. So this is really white saying, I'm going to defend as best I can. And I'm going to try and hold on for dear life, actually. Maybe this position is a little worse than I understand, to be honest. I think with the king coming in, Gukesh actually has some very real chances right now, guys. This is going to be very interesting. Anyway, g4 seems to be the only way that Carlsen can play. Okay, rook to c5 apparently is also okay. Rook to c5. And now... But after playing both of these moves, the engine doesn't love either of them, even though they're the top suggestions. g4, rook to c5. But then I play rook to c5, and the engine's like, actually, that sucks. So, yeah, this is tricky. I think the engine is starting to realize that this extra pawn... I mean, in human terms, it makes sense. You're up a pawn. You should be up a pawn in terms of the evaluation. Now, as we saw yesterday, that often isn't the case because the position... is so good or bad for one player. Yesterday, material was completely equal heading into the dying stages of the endgame. And, I mean, it ended up being absolutely crushing -5 for Carlsen. So it does show you that the evaluation can be a little bit misleading, especially when you're comparing it to material. But in this instance, I think it might be the opposite, is that the evaluation... Okay, Carlsen does play g4. He does play g4. The evaluation might be saying, okay, yeah, it's a slight favorite for Gukesh, but Gukesh still is up a pawn. And in human terms, that can't be comfortable from Carlsen's perspective. So, okay. We have g4, and now bishop to d7. Okay, bishop to d7. If you play this. Maybe you're wanting to kind of at some point bust through here. I don't think that can't be the move. But maybe there's some other way. Knight to g2 still. And now the engine is really trying to figure out what is the path forward. King to g7, moving back. What about king to h6? Okay, all of these moves are pretty good. So I think in a moment or two, the engine is going to start kind of updating and maybe reflecting the nature of the position. We'll see. Okay, so we've got the 30 minutes extra on the clock. That's good news. That is showing the correct time. Because for a moment, it was like Carlsen has like 1 minute left or something ridiculous. And they're past move 40, so that can't be the case. Let's head back to the board as it stands right now. Carlsen has played g4. And now we have a full hour to see how this plays out. And I think Gukesh is going to absolutely grind out this position. Absolutely grind out the position. We will see. So, wow, we've got a lot of people watching. Suddenly, 673 people. Guys and gals, welcome to the stream. We are watching a very exciting game here. Gukesh, after hours of grinding, trying to get a little bit of a foot in the door, trying to eke out an advantage. Now, he has an extra pawn. Carlsen is trying to see how can he defend this extra pawn. How can he defend against Gukesh's plan of trying to make that extra pawn count by promoting it and picking up the win? And remember, Gukesh has to win this game. Non-negotiable. He has no choice. If he loses this, he's out. If he draws, he's out. Gotta win. So he is going to go in for the kill. We saw just moments ago, it was pretty close. Carlsen was down to his dying minutes and played like 6 or 7 moves in a heartbeat. And now Gukesh up a pawn needs to figure out what will he do next. Hello and welcome. Okay, let's take a look at some chats. So basically unlimited time, that takes the fun of chess. No. Yep, yes and no. I think what's really interesting about classical games is that these kind of things enter into time scrambles and then the time scramble disappears. In a blitz game, that never happens. You don't get extra time unless you're playing with it like an increment. But I think it's quite dramatic. I mean, it comes down, you have to get through a whole bunch of moves and then you arrive and then you have a little bit more time to figure out what you're going to do next. So I think, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's less fun because of that fact. I think it's, if anything, it's one of the interests of watching classical chess is that you have these time scrambles that do disappear. Okay, welcome. 804 concurrent viewers. That's incredible. Thank you for watching, guys. If you are new around here, Bronze Serpent Chess, do consider en passanting the subscribe button and hitting the notification bell. I would appreciate it. Yesterday's stream, I got up to 189 likes. So let's see if we can break that record today. I would muchly appreciate it. Back to the game. So here, Gukesh to play, he is thinking deep about what to do next, right? He's got 4 pawns. Carlsen has 3 pawns. The issue, of course, is that he has double pawns on the f-file, and that's not ideal. It would be much better if he didn't, but still, an extra pawn is an extra pawn, and he has to figure out how is he going to bust forward with these pawns. That is really the decision that he has to make. And of course, Carlsen, on the other hand, is just thinking about defending. He just wants to hold on for dear life. He only needs a draw. He doesn't need to do anything spectacular. He just needs to hang in there. And that really is about the size of it right now. It has been a pretty exciting game. We've had some really interesting lines where there were sacrifices, but Carlsen and Gukesh both, for the most part, playing very conservatively. And that, to be honest, surprised me a little bit about Gukesh. I thought he was going to go in for the kill and really out of the gates try and attack. But I have to say, he has shown real maturity. I think he's only 17 years old. The idea that this 17-year-old has been patiently biding his time is pretty impressive. I mean, he really has not taken any unnecessary risks, which is what you would expect when you have to win. I know I probably would have lost this game. Well, definitely because my rating is nowhere near these guys. But apart from that, I would have lost this game a dozen times already by playing risky moves when I thought maybe he should have tried to play more aggressively. But he has taken his time and he's been incredibly sensible, which is great. And now he is up a pawn. And the question is, can he do a Magnus on Magnus? Can he take the king of the endgame and take him for a ride? Oof, we'll see. I'm really hoping that Gukesh wins this. I'm a big Magnus fan, but I want to see Gukesh take the win and see some kind of result tomorrow in the tiebreak. I think it's a tiebreak tomorrow. Let me know in the chat if that is the case. Who would you like to win? 62% say Carlsen, 38% say Gukesh. We have 900 votes. Epic. Okay, let's take a look at the chats. Time will kill Magnus. Vizal Khan says, appreciate your streaming effort. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching. I appreciate it. So time is equal now. Hope he does. Yeah, guys, I do read the comments, so if you leave a comment, I will do my best to respond to it, provided that there isn't anything crazy happening on the board. So again, Gukesh is thinking, what is he going to do? Okay, so here we have a move from Gukesh. He plays bishop to c6. And I think this is a really a great move, actually, because of the fact that you are keeping an eye. Whoa, okay. Magnus doesn't even flinch. He doesn't take any time. He immediately plays rook to c5. What? Okay, this is super interesting here. Things are moving along a lot faster than I expected. Okay, so all of this time that Gukesh was thinking about bishop to c6, Carlsen was also thinking about bishop to c6, and he was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Okay, rook to c5, and he just snaps it off. Rook to c5 immediately. So yeah, having the bishop on c6 obviously is great because it's controlling all of these squares. Maybe you'd want it to be a little bit more central. I don't know. Playing something like bishop to e5. The engine suggests bishop to d7, just bishop to d7, moving it back. And I think Gukesh is going to spend a little bit of time thinking if this is the way to go. Let's run a couple of the moves of what the engine suggests so we can get an idea for this position. Because the engine does say if you play bishop to d7, you can actually eke out more than an advantage, maybe a significant advantage here if you play your cards right. So knight to g2. And now h6. h6. Okay. Gradually, slowly progressing your pawns forward. Not doing anything crazy. Earlier, I would have blundered because I was like, oh, can't you play h5? No, of course you can't play h5. As long as the rook is on the 5th rank, that's not an option. So you have to wait. You have to take it slow. Nothing wrong with h6 though. And just gradually grinding out the win. This is what Carlsen does better than anyone else. But now Carlsen's on the receiving end. And Gukesh is the one who's going to try and grind out the grinder. Man, this is going to be fascinating. Okay, bishop to d5 is not helpful. Someone suggested bishop to d5. Let's back up. Yeah, bishop to d5. It's not terrible. Engine doesn't hate it. Of course, you can take. But here, this is kind of interesting. I mean, knight takes. Rook takes. Do you really want to trade off rooks? What happens if you trade here? This is catastrophic. So you really can't do this because now, okay, you've got doubled pawns, but the king being in position where it is it can advance and take control of the center and guide possibly the D pawn towards promotion. Maybe not the D pawn, but you can make this extra pawn count here. So you really don't want to get into an endgame situation like this. Okay, so, but I still think this is possible, bishop to D5. Maybe it's a move. But let's back up to the game as it stands right now. Have I missed a couple of moves? No, I haven't. Okay, so we're on the same position that we were a moment ago. Engine really likes the quiet move, moving the bishop back to D7 and then slowly, gradually moving these pawns forward and just taking as much time as is necessary. Remember, they do have plenty of time on the clock right now. Although, that said, Gukesh is the one who is taking his sweet time. 25 minutes against Carlsen's 29 minutes. All right, bishop to F3, someone suggested. Bishop to F3. Let's see. Bishop to F3. You know what? A lot of the moves of the bishop, the engine says they're completely fine. King to H2. And then rook to D3. Rook to D... What? Sorry, rook to D3 over here. Yeah. So I think perhaps it doesn't matter all that much where the bishop goes right now. There will always be a moment later to reposition the bishop. But I do, thinking about it now, I mean, just if I was playing a blitz game, putting the bishop on F3 is not that terrible of an idea. It's not easy for the king to immediately come out and attack the bishop. And the bishop's doing a great job. And also here, keep in mind, if the bishop's on F3, if the knight ever moves away, what's coming in? Let's just take an example. This is an example. See ya. You're in a lot of trouble here. Okay, it's not mate. Apparently you can escape. So that's not an option. Of course, this is an insane move. You'd never play knight to D5. But I'm just showing that as an example. Before you start saying, dude, what are you doing? If the knight wasn't on E3, it could be anywhere. But if the knight's not on E3, it would be protecting the D1 square. So that's why I just threw it somewhere random. But yeah, you have to be careful. That's the point. And it's not so easy to play with a bishop on F3. So that's an option too. Let's see if we have any move on the board. Nope. Still waiting for Gukesh to figure out what he's going to do. Very interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. All right, so welcome. We have 1,300 people watching. That is absolutely bonkers, guys. Thank you for watching the stream. If you are new around here, do consider subscribing, smashing the subscribe button, doing the notification thing. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, you can see I do have some videos of content that I've created on this channel. A lot of it is not like current games, but I've looked at some old classic games. So if you're interested in watching those with the chessboard also present so you can see what's going on, you might like some of my videos. But otherwise, I'm going to be doing my best to stream more games of the World Cup, so you might find that interesting too. Okay, back to the game. Let's take a look at what is happening. Maybe we can explore some other lines. Bishop to A4 is the other suggestion. So if we move the bishop over here, bishop to A4, that looks like... It seems to me that any move that doesn't hang the bishop, the engine is like, yeah, that's fine. It seems you can move it just about anywhere. Bishop to D7. I wonder how terrible bishop to F8 is. It's probably not so bad. Maybe it's terrible. Doesn't care. Literally doesn't care. The engine's like, it's fine. Hilarious. Really like the new stream. New subscriber. Chess with Shade. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. What happens if H5? H5. So this is the move I looked at like accidentally earlier. Okay, so we have this and now rook. So yeah, H5 is terrible because you could just immediately capture because the rook is on the C file holding the H pawn. I actually made this mistake earlier when the rook was on B5 much earlier. I was like, at some point you want to play H5, and then I realized, no, you can't do that because the rook is going to ruin your life. So you don't want to do that. But suggest a way. Knight to F1, knight to F1, knight to F1, knight to F1. Okay, knight to F1. Hold on. I need to allow it to be... It needs to be white's turn for knight to F1. Okay, so say bishop to E4, knight to F1. Rook to D1. And then you're trapping your knight. Okay. So yeah, don't want to play knight to F1. Not a good idea. We've ruled that out. Okay, what else have we got to look at here? Let's see. Do we have a move? Oh, we do have a move. Sorry, guys. I'm way behind the ball here. Okay, I apologize. We have bishop to e4, and now the king comes to h2, and we've got another move. Rook to d3. Wow. So this is exactly, I think, what the engine was suggesting a little bit earlier, and it shows that Magnus is holding on for dear life, because here it's still more or less equal. And I think this is exactly what we're going to see from Magnus. Magnus is not just going to give up. He's going to carry on fighting. And I think this is going to be very, very tricky for Gukesh to convert this. That said, if anyone's going to win, it's going to be Gukesh. I don't think that there's any chance that Carlsen is going to do anything other than draw in this game. Don't think he has any chances of winning, but we'll see. It's possible that Gukesh could do something completely crazy in his attempts to attack, and maybe Carlsen could win then, but we'll see. So now, this is where things get interesting. Rook to c4. Rook to c4, attacking this nasty bishop, and then the bishop can retreat, or you can play f5. Gosh, you can play f5 here? Really? G takes f, takes, and now king to g3. And this is kind of, yeah, this is very interesting because it's also quite counterintuitive in a game like this. You don't want to allow these pawns to turn into double isolated pawns. But the engine says this might be the best way forward. Very counterintuitive. You have these two isolated pawns. Yes, you're up one pawn, but it feels like, looking at it, it's very drawish. But possibly because of the fact that black's pieces are placed the way they are, there's more of an advantage than it appears just from the material. Yeah, positionally, you know, this bishop is very strong. It's got a strong outpost, and the rook, you know, with a pin on the king. This could be quite useful. All right, let's take a look at some of the comments. Let me just make sure that I'm up to date with what's what. Welcome, 1,380 people to Bronze Serpent Chess. Thank you for watching. If you're new around here, do consider smashing the subscribe button. Yesterday's stream got to 189 likes. So if we can break that record today, I would appreciate it. Hit the like button. And now, do we have a move? We have king to g3. Okay, this was the same move that we saw before, no? Yeah. So back into the game. Let's take a look. Oh, we have it. We have the move that we just looked at a second ago. Intentionally doubling your pawns. Okay, they are doubled, but generally in a situation like this, you want to iron out those pawns. So if there's one pawn that's doubled, you prefer to get rid of it if you can trade it for your opponent's pawn. But here, after takes, you have these two double pawns, but as we spoke about earlier, this is fine. You know, you've got some real activity with your pieces if you're Gukesh, and you still have that extra pawn. Okay, it doesn't look as pretty as it did a moment ago, but you still have an extra pawn, and as they say, a pawn is a pawn. Really interesting. H5 is good because 3 versus 1. Candace, Sammy, please stop spamming the chat. I will read eventually. Aussie or South African? I'll let you guys decide. Let's see if you can answer the poll. First, we're going to end the poll. No, actually, I don't want to end the poll. 1,952 votes. Let's see. 60% think Carlsen. What? How is that possible, guys? 60% think Carlsen, 39% think Gukesh. Gukesh is the one who has the chance here. All right, let's see. Maybe those votes were from earlier. I'll let it slide this time. Back into the game. We haven't had this exchange yet. Oh, wait, I needed to answer the question. Aussie or South African? I am not from the land down under, so that'll answer your question. So we haven't had this exchange of pawns yet, but in fact, the engine doesn't think that you need to take yet. That is quite interesting. King to f4. Goodness me. That is very bold. King to f4. And this, I get the idea, because here you're trying to contend for the center. Black's king a moment ago started marching up the board, and maybe you're trying to take away space, possibly preventing these pawns from moving into your territory. And actually, more than anything, preventing king to g5. If you can play king to f4, unless you want to do a Vedit king sacrifice, you're not gonna play king to g5. So this is quite interesting. King to f4 or king to h2, just stepping back. Very interesting. I feel like, let me just back up. I feel like those options make sense, but it does feel a little uncomfortable walking your king into f4. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna quickly grab my cat and then we can say hi to the cats. And then we'll head back into the game. Claude. Claude, you crazy creature. Where's Claude? Oh my gosh. Kitty. Claude. Hey, pumpkin. Come here. Yes. Hello. Oh, it's okay. Kitty. Here. Hello. Yes. Claude. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. Hello. Hello, pumpkin. I got you. Hello. All right. Say hello to the stream. Claude, there's so many people. 1,500 people watching. Say hello. Claude says hi, everyone. Oh, Claude likes a chin scratch. Hey? Okay, shame. He's struggling a little bit. I don't want him to freak out too much. Hey, pumpkin. You're okay. Okay, he's gone. Claude says hi. Back to the chess. Moves. Do we have a move? What's happening? Okay, so we still have f5. We're still waiting on the... Carlsen plays flipping king to f4. What a mad lad. Okay, now, Gukesh could do Vidit times 2 and play king to g5. He could do another king sacrifice. That would be another meme. But I doubt that he'll do that. Now, the best move here is rook to d2 if you're playing with the black pieces. Rook to d2. This pawn, which was being defended by the king just a moment ago because the king was on g3, of course, is no longer defended. And you're just going to have to move back. And the problem with this is that we might get a repetition of moves. Okay, maybe you move rook to d3 and now king back to f4. So, of course, we don't want a repetition of moves. We want a result. If you're Gukesh, you can't take threefold repetition and a draw. That's not going to work. So he's going to have to come up with some ideas here. Yeah. Hey, Claude. Wow. Come here. Here we go. Shame, he was quite spooked earlier, but now he's a little bit more happy and friendly. Hey, pumpkin. Sure. Yes. Doesn't like being picked up, but he's also very soft and very cute. Hey? Earlier I joked that Claude isn't interested in the chess because he's already seen 20 moves ahead. All cats are like secretly grandmasters. Hey. Hey, pumpkin? Psst, 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 psst. Yes, you're so cute. Yeah. Okay. 280 likes. Yes. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Wow. 280. That's huge. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Yesterday I only got 180. So thank you. That's epic. Don't forget to do the liking thing and hit the subscribe button if you're new around here. And let's carry on looking at this game because I think here... Oh, we have a move? Wow. Gukesh plays f6. Oh, and apparently the engine says that his advantage is not as great as it looked a moment ago because Carlsen can play takes, and apparently takes is the way to go. Takes. What is going on? Hold on. Takes, and now bishop takes f5. Bishop takes f5. Knight takes. E takes f. And now... and what about rook takes f5? Rook takes f5. Oh wait, hold on. What am I talking about? Rook takes f5. And now rook takes h3. And this has kind of completely neutralized the position. Although... It's not entirely over yet. Okay, so it's still a little unclear, even after exchanging all these pieces. That's interesting. What's on the board? Let's see. Okay, we have takes. So we have takes, we have bishop takes, and now you really expect knight takes. Anything else is terrible. Okay, cats, I need to let the cat out. Just give me a sec. All right, Claude. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, pumpkin. Wow. All right, back into the fray. So where were we? It's a draw. Yeah, unfortunately right now, guys, it's looking a lot like a draw. But I think the key here is Carlsen. It's not done yet. Carlsen still needs to play knight takes f5. Unless that's happened already, no. Knight takes f5 is the way forward for Carlsen. He takes, and then obviously pawn takes. And then here after pawn, maybe it's not obviously pawn. No, it has to be. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. Pawn takes or rook takes. Yeah, no, you gotta take e takes f, and then rook to c1. Rook to c1. Yeah, it's weird. The engine's kind of really struggling to figure out and evaluate this, as am I, and I'm sure a lot of commentators and people who are watching this, not commentators who actually know what they're doing, but I think just looking at this position, it's very difficult to evaluate. It's pretty close. Okay, so we have it. Knight takes f5. Knight takes f5 is the move. E takes f, you gotta play. Doesn't think, plays, and now rook takes f5. With check, oh, not with check. Rook takes f5. f5's pawn is hanging. But now the h pawn is also hanging. So I'm just curious here. Takes. And now you want to try and put some pressure on the f6 pawn. Of course, you can't do anything yet. What's black's response here? Rook to a5. What? Oh, rook to a5. White's response first. And now rook to h4 check. Let's see. Yeah. It's still like half a pawn in Gukesh's favor. He has a pawn, he has the extra pawn, but with the two rooks on the board and the position as it is right now, it's very, very difficult to convert this. So let's see. Okay, now we're still waiting to see on the next move. Carlsen with the white pieces needs to decide, is he going to immediately go for takes? You don't have to, by the way. Apparently you can also play rook to d4 check. Oh, but it's Carlsen to move with white pieces. I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, f3 first. I'm looking at the next move. f3. You can also play, or you can play rook takes f5. Okay, so those are the two options. You can also play rook f3. But now that the engine's had a little bit of time to digest that move, it doesn't love it so much. Okay, so I think he's probably just going to take on f5. That would be the expected move. Fascinating. Let's carry on taking a look at... Let Mitsens handle the commentary. It's so true. Yeah, that's my theory. Claude, shush. Go downstairs. Go and get some food. Nearly 400 likes. Yes! Come on, let's go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. King to g4, king to g4, king to g4. Hold on. I don't think it's entirely possible for the king to go to g4, even if it wanted to. Although that could be another epic king sacrifice. I'll definitely watch that on YouTube. You call the cat and she will ignore you, but you call a dog, it'll jump right back at you. It's so true. Man, dogs and cats, yeah, we're like on different planets. Pawn to f3, someone says. Yeah, pawn to f3 is the other move that they were looking at, but apparently the engine, after thinking about it a little bit, doesn't love it. So, you can throw in a check, king to g3, oh, king to g5. Yeah, that makes sense, because now you've just allowed the black king to sort of infiltrate. After the check, the king has to move back. So it's better to immediately snap up this pawn. Yeah. So I think that's the way to go. If you're white, pick up the pawn. Oh, earlier I said that in this position... Oh, no, it is. Okay, after you pick up the h pawn. That's the idea here. But now h5. That's the other move that the engine suggests. Instead of taking h5... And this is, oh, this is so clever. h5 is such a clever move, because before I thought, okay, you have to take immediately because the king is going to come to g4 and protect the h3 pawn. But if you immediately play h5, now you're still threatening to take on h3, but there's no way really to defend. Rook to a5. And now you can just take on h3. And you've gained a little bit of space by being able to play h5. So maybe that might be the route for Gukesh to go after rook takes. Hold on, what's going on here? Oh wow, we're way ahead. Okay, so now we're quite far ahead. I've missed out all of this stuff. So none of those things happened. Oh, that's really interesting. Gosh. King to g4. King to g4, not now. Oh, this king to g4 also can't happen yet. The best is to play f4 check. Wow, it's just a... Oh wait, it's this f4. I keep forgetting whose turn it is. But now, this is weird. f4 check, and now suddenly black is way ahead. What's going on here? Hold on. This can't be right. Oh, you can't play that because... Okay, so white has prevented that. Specifically, this move, this f4 move is very, very dangerous. So to prevent f4, white has played rook to c5, and now you can't move f4 because there's a pin on the king. So this is taking a while to really unravel this position. Whereas if the rook wasn't on... Oh no, he didn't play that. The rook was already there. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay. Whoa, what is going on here? Hold on. But now? Now? Why can't you play f4? You must play f4. Oh, I just assumed that the rook was on c5. Guys, sorry, I think it might not be me. I think it might be the board is glitching a little. Nope, okay. That's the position. As it stands right now. That's what we're looking at. Black to move. The best move is f4 check. Right now, the evaluation of the engine says it's equal, but if you play f4 suddenly, it jumps. And it says that black is seriously ahead here. Wow. I don't know what the deal is with that. I think the engine is having a bit of a meltdown. Very interesting. Yeah, sorry, I'm very confusing. I apologize. I will try to be more coherent. All right, so this is what we're dealing with. f4 is the move that needs to be played from Gukesh. I don't think it's a very difficult move to find. The only problem with f4 is if you do play this, the king's going to retreat back to h2 or wherever. And now, I was thinking this could be potentially problematic. Are you allowing the rook to infiltrate? But no, you can just play f5. But the trick here, and I think this is the hardest part of an endgame like this, you have two pawns, and you have a pawn over here, but they're just blockaded on both sides. You have to find some way of getting the rook to come in and infiltrate the position and try and picking off one of these pawns. If you can pick off the f pawn or if you can pick off the h pawn, you're in business. But I think the start of this, you gotta play f4. Maybe he's also thinking about h4. h4 is also good. It's not as great. King to f2. Yeah, maybe this allows less opportunities for black to infiltrate. I actually don't know entirely why. I would think that there would be an equal opportunity whether you played f4 or whether you played h4. Maybe f4 is because these two pawns are more central, and then it also allows the f pawn to make progress, probably. The other f pawn to make progress. Yeah, that would make sense. All right. Hello and welcome, guys. If you are joining the stream for the very first time, I'm very happy to have you here. My name is David, and we've been looking at this game from the very beginning. The OGs of the Gukesh Carlsen match, round 2, because we did look at it yesterday. But if you are new around these parts, please do consider smashing the subscribe button, hitting the notification bell, doing all that stuff. I'd really appreciate it. And yesterday, we got to 189 likes on the stream, which I was very happy with. And someone told me earlier that we're at like 400. I mean, that is crazy. Is it that many now? I'm not looking at the video stats right now. Oh wait, 423. There, I can see it. That's incredible. Guys, thank you so much. If everyone immediately stopped liking this video right now, I would be thrilled. I'd be very happy with 425 likes. So thank you for hitting that like button. Okay, still waiting on Gukesh. time is not really as much of a factor as it was, say, an hour ago, but it is still something to think about. There could potentially be a lot more moves left in this game, and I think Gukesh needs to be a bit sensitive to the fact that he is, you know, five minutes coming on 6 minutes behind Carlsen, and that could prove problematic later on. But I think he must either be thinking of this check or h4 check. What other options are there? Rook to c4. I don't really exactly get what this achieves. It's a bit of a waiting move to see. And of course, if you're white here, you would love to check the king, but you can't do that because, of course, so long as the rook is on the 4th rank, protecting these checking squares, you're going to be absolutely fine if you're playing with the black pieces. But maybe Gukesh wants to just spend a little bit of time. He can take a moment just to wait and play something like rook to c4 and just give himself a little bit of time to know for sure before he makes any committal moves with the pawns. Remember, pawn moves are committal moves. You can't take him back. All the other pieces, you can kind of rearrange them a little bit later, but pawn moves, you get one shot, Eminem style. All right. So close to 500, 486 likes. What? That was crazy. It was like moments ago. What is going on? You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is pretty epic. All right, loving it. Guys, let's continue with the analysis. I would like to do a little bit more of a deep analysis. Maybe we should run down one of the rabbit holes of one of these lines while we're waiting for Gukesh to make up his mind. Okay, so let's say this is the position as it stands. We have f4. Gukesh throws this move in, which the engine, by the way, loves. Engine really likes f4. King to h2. Just going to follow. If you play perfectly in this position, what happens? Rook to b4. And then king to g2. Rook to b1. So here you can see you really want to try and find some way of infiltrating behind the king and maybe picking off these pawns or even getting the rook on g3. That would be incredible, right? I don't think white is going to be so easy and just hand that over to you. Rook to a5 check. And now king to h4. I would really expect that someone would play f5. That would be my move. Already moved. Okay, back to the game. Sorry, guys. I'm going to shut up. Here we go. Oh, no, we haven't got a move. That's weird. Is it me? Am I just waiting for the game to update? I don't see it yet. Okay. Looks like a draw. Okay, so let's just carry on this idea. We'll circle back once they move. Okay, so we have this, rook to b4, and then what was it? King to g2, and then rook to b1, and then check. And then here the engine suggests king to h4. Ah, king to h4. Wow. Initially I was thinking there's something about just blocking with f5. Completely reasonable move. Also accepted. But let's actually just follow what the engine says. King to h4, and now rook to a2. Yeah, rook to a2 is important because you don't want any checking shenanigans. And now rook to b3. This feels very repetitive though. Rook to d2 and rook to b8. Now I see. Now I see, guys. The idea of having the king on h4, you allow eventually the rook to come all the way down to g3. If we can get to g3, that could be pretty dangerous. That could be pretty dangerous. That is super interesting. King to h2. Rook's going to come around to b7. Oh, wait. Rook to b7. Huh. And why not exactly rook to g8? Rook to g8 immediately. Rook to d4. The f4 pawn is a bit of a thorn in the side, and it's going to force the king to come back. King to g5. Yeah, that's irritating, because you're really hoping that you can get the rook on g3, but that's not going to happen. So maybe this is the reason why. But here, okay, rook to b5. Hold on. Rook to b5. And then... No, I don't think it makes a difference. Hold on. Maybe it does. Rook to a2. Now rook to b3. King to g2. Rook to b8. Okay, this is very repetitive. King to h2. Even though it seems that black has an edge here, it's very, very difficult to realize that edge. And you want to try and infiltrate along the g file, but then your opponent's always going to threaten picking up the f pawn. And if the rook ever comes here, it's going to be really super dicey. Okay, so do we have any moves on the board? Yes, we do. Back to the game. We have a move. We have the move that we were all expecting, f4. Okay, so what's really interesting is that earlier f4, the engine was like, f4 is great, f4 is great, f4 is great. But right now, after having maybe gone through some of the lines that the engine was thinking about, it's starting to realize that f4 actually is equal, which is quite depressing. So now we're going to expect king to h2 and... Oh, I did move. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wow. Thanks. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm way behind. That's so weird. I was looking at the clock. Okay, sorry. Back into the game. You guys don't have to yell at me anymore. I'm embarrassed. All right. Let's see. Let's carry on from here. Let's just pretend like that never happened. All right, I'm back on track. I'd like to blame someone other than myself, but it was definitely me. Rook to b4. Okay, we have a move. King to f2. And yeah, this is all very, very equal, which is very unfortunate for Gukesh. Poor Gukesh, up a pawn, and no way to convert the pawn into a queen. That's really unfortunate. But maybe he can find something. It's not over yet, but I think the issue with a game like this, where he has to win, he's not going to just give up and say, okay, cool, we'll just call it a draw. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is totally memeable. The last like 2 seconds of the stream, probably the most memeable thing that I've done in my life. My word. Okay, guys, it is a draw. Draw by agreement. And sadly, that means that poor Gukesh was not able to convert his extra pawn, and Carlsen is the winner. He is through. No tiebreak tomorrow. Gukesh played incredibly well. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments that he could have taken his chances, but sadly, that was not the moment. Very, very unfortunate for Gukesh. But guys, we had an amazing game today. I'm not going to be covering any of the other games, so if there are any other games that are going on now, you might have to take a look at them on the other live streams that are happening. But at any rate, that is the end of this game. An absolute classic matchup. It was really interesting, very instructive. But sadly for Gukesh, not today. He has had such an incredible run this year. I have no doubt that he'll be back and he will have an axe to grind. But we have to give credit to Magnus Carlsen. He just played like an absolute beast. So credit where credit's due. Guys, I am going to wrap up the stream. Thank you for watching. 1,835 people here. That is incredible. Thank you for supporting the stream, and thanks for watching. Hopefully this commentary was okay. I will be extra careful next time. Not to miss like 6 moves in a row. Okay, I'm still a noob. This is only my second stream. Next time I will make sure that I'm on point. So I apologize. But have a great day wherever you are. And it turns out that 59% of the people watching, you guys were right. Carlsen was the winner. He prevailed. And although, you know, he didn't win, he won both matches. So we'll give him credit like he won this game, because a draw is essentially a win. So that's a wrap for today. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys all next time. Maybe I will live stream on Friday, or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Have a great one, everyone, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.